welcome back everybody, and welcome back to myself as well. After the 1 week break, I realized that that break announcement had a really bad timing. I posted the announcement for the 1 week break on Twitter on April 1. I only realized it, but it actually completely slipped my mind. I was like, I gotta post the break thing, but it got delayed because I drew the little chibi head that I used on the announcement. I drew that, and then I was like, shit, I really need to post it already. Let's just stop with the chibi head and then let's make something quick on Canva. So that's what happened there. And then when I posted it, I saw Vel's post, "Happy April Fool's, Keepers," and I was like, I forgot it was like April Fools, and then I was like, but now if I post April Fools now, it'll look weird because then it will look like I was joking. Horrendous timing, because I decided, I'm gonna draw the chibi head. Yeah, that didn't pan out the way I thought it would. That's why we didn't. It took a week break for a joke. Oh yeah, we're just kidding. Just kidding, it was a joke. But yeah, in the past week, I finished the thingy I was preparing for the anniversary, which actually I just realized, because my schedules when I post them are like Monday to Sunday. That means next week's schedule will already have the anniversaries, April 21. It's gonna be Sunday. I don't usually stream on a Sunday, but I think I will for that. It's either that Sunday or it's gonna be Tuesday, but like, we could probably do Sunday. I finished the thingy for it, and I'ma be completely real. When I said I was taking a break, I had the full disclosure, I had the full intention of still posting on Twitter, but I didn't. And do you know why? Because I started playing AFK Journey. I started playing AFK Journey and it consumed my life. Like, yeah, another gotcha. Yeah, it consumed my life. Okay, same day. What about your Craig? I'm gonna be real. Like, most gacha games, I'm like, yeah, I don't need to spend. But when I played AFK Journey, I was like, oh my god, I want to spend. It's awakening the inner demons. It's okay, guys. I've only spent a very small amount. I started playing on the same day. Like, I'm sorry for delaying Shibuya Scramble for the quick like catch-up talks, but like I was also debating this. I was like, do I just make a chatting stream? But then I realized I'm kind of bad. I'm kind of bad at talking. Like, either I'm just gonna go off completely on tangent on something else. Like, remember whenever I try to stream like a hidden cats game and I'm like, yeah, let's make it a talking stream, and then I don't actually end up talking because I'm bad at keeping conversations going. So we didn't make a catch-up talk stream here. We just attaching it to the start of this one. You have sinned. Don't worry. It was just a very, very, very small amount for the sake of the... No, because hear me out, okay? AFK Journey's got this thing, like, you spend literally any amount and then you get like a first purchase bonus. That's what I wanted. I just wanted the first purchase bonus. So don't worry about it. I was at my lowest yesterday. I almost spent more. I was at my lowest. Because I was looking at the timer of the gacha banner and I was like, no, but I didn't do it. Okay, I didn't do it. We're good. But yeah, on the same day I posted my announcement, so that's April Fool's. I started playing AFK Journey, so April 1. And then I was like, oh, well, it says AFK in the name, so surely it's not gonna be too hard, right? I'm gonna be AFK most of the time. I can play it alongside other things, and then it consumed my life. Like, I played the game all day. and then and then every time, like, I feel like every 12 hours or something, I open the game just to claim the AFK rewards, because I think it caps out at like 16 to 20-ish hours. And then, I don't know, when I'm free and I start playing AFK Journey, I literally forget about other stuff. So that's what happened to me. Other than AFK Journey, I also started Nikke. Oh no, I just another gotcha. But no, I only started Nikke because I saw there was a ReZero collab. And then I was like, I want to get the ReZero characters. So, no, hear me out. I played the first parts, and then I was like, but I didn't get Rem because I was rolling on Rem first. And then, like, I'll re-roll. I re-rolled, and then I got Rem, and then this Kazuma. I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. Who is Kazuma? Are we talking about the same thing? I think the ReZero collab characters are Rem, Ram, and Emilia. So I re-rolled, and I got Rem in the free rolls that you get as a beginner. And then I was like, okay, I'm committing to this, because, like, there's a login bonus. Oh, Subaru, yeah. I don't know, actually. I'm gonna be completely real. This is gonna sound really weird. I don't know why I said Kazuma. I think that's another isekai type anime, right? I can't remember which one though. Because I feel like it sounds familiar. That, or I'm thinking of Kazuma Kiryu. But yeah, I re-rolled for Rem. Then I couldn't re-roll again because, like, Ram is on a 3-day login and the event was already ending. And I was like, I only have 3 days. So yeah, I committed to that account. And then it was just lucky. It was just lucky I was able to get Emilia. But yeah, that was my gachas in the past week. I'm gonna be real, I didn't play a lot of Nikke yet, but yeah, mostly AFK Journey, literally consuming my entire existence. And I'm gonna be a crazy motherfucker, and we're still gonna play more gacha games on stream. I think I have too many gacha games, actually. I can barely keep up with all of them. I feel like doing all the dailies takes several hours of my life. But every day. But, like, that's why I think, like, I'm just gonna play the ones that, like, super catch my attention. Like AFK Journey, killing me. I'm going insane with how much I'm playing AFK Journey. So much time for wife PNG's not real. Yeah, but, like, yeah, that's why like, we can try more gacha games on stream. I'm gonna do Azure Lane this week. This time for sure. I put it on Friday instead of Thursday. There's gonna be no maintenance because they do maintenance on Thursdays. Azure Lane this week. Maybe Blue Archive next week. Maybe Wuthering Waves when it comes out, and maybe I'm gonna do at least, like, one stream where I try it out, and then if I'm, like, into it, then I'll continue playing it. But then, like, if I'm not that into it, I might not continue playing it because I have way too many gacha games to account for right now. But yeah. That was a pretty long talk, but nice talk, about 8 to 10 minutes. And welcome back. See, look, this is why we didn't make it a catch-up talk stream, because I would have only talked for 10 minutes and then I'd be like, what do I say? What do I say? And then I'll open AFK Journey and it'll become an AFK Journey stream or something. With no context in the story, because I'm, like, in the middle of chapter 2 already. I know it doesn't sound far, but, like, I think there's only 3 chapters right now. So I'm relatively in the middle-ish of the current story patch. Yeah. Wow. So much yapping over AFK Journey. Oh my god. Let me switch over to Shibuya Scramble, the real thing we're doing today. But yeah, here we go. Welcome back. And I believe we are on the last time block of 1800 to 2000. That's 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And we have 5 protagonists again. It's gonna be a pretty long summary, but, like, because Because last time we did the entire time block of 17 to 18 and then we just kept going, right? So I guess like huge TLDR that's just like, it's probably oh shit, I accidentally toggled. Where's my toggle? What did I toggle? Okay, there we go. Fuck, I forgot that I put my toggles on the F keys, like the F1, F2, F3, FG, and then I forgot which one was the timeline. Okay, my bad there. So, huge TLDR might be a little bit, not super detailed, but basically Osawa figured out that his wife was into Tanaka and she wasn't really happy. She was forcing herself into the political marriage because she cares more about the company than herself, and then they face off, and then like his wife's like, no, I don't know Tanaka's password, can't help you get the antiviral for Maria. And then Osawa gets the call that like, oh, we're gonna do our best, so please help us and come over to the lab anyway. And then yeah, he's like, I'm gonna do right by Maria this time because he did wrong by her before. Tateno's end is that okay, these four, Kano, Achi, Tateno, and Stanley, all met up in Achi's house because they were gonna confront Achi's dad. And Achi's dad was basically doing this because he heard that Hitomi had the blood type for his daughter's heart transplant. But this was all according to Keikaku of the Big Bad. And then the Big Bad opens like a spy cam or something he set up here and goes like, ha, I'm gonna wait for you guys at the Shibuya Scramble, put Hitomi there, and then I'll give you the Tanaka's password for the antiviral so you could save Maria and stuff like that. And then that's kind of where we are. Minorikawa is going off to SOS's headquarters to try and get a story from them for their paper. Their paper's deadline is now 7 p.m. instead of 8 p.m. Kano was waiting for Achi, and we hit this keep out because he just decided to set out to go to Shibuya Scramble with Hitomi by himself. Because Achi wasn't returning. Achi had gone off to SOS to try and get backup because it was just like a few people here, so it's not inspiring confidence that we're going to be able to get the guy. Okay, Minorikawa we didn't do yet. He's still rushing over to SOS. Tateno is rushing over to the lab with the unconscious Maria and with Kanan, and that's where they keep out. Jack Stanley is... actually remember that we were having a hard time trying to answer the what's the culprit's motives and all that, like Alfred's motives in Jack Stanley's POV, and we were having a hard time with that. I don't know if I even answered any of them correctly, but yeah, he said there's something he has to do and set out on his own. So that's where we basically are for everybody, and I believe everyone is at a keep out except for Minorikawa. Yep. So we'll be picking up from there. Chiaki can't move. Oh yeah, she fell off the stairs. Here we go. After the heavy delay of my catch-up talk and then the TLDR. Hang in there, Chiaki. Just keep it together. Minorikawa rushed to her side and offered her a hand. Surely it hardly matters at this point. You're not gonna make it on time regardless, Katayama said coldly. And in any case, if 4-star General Gossip doesn't get released, it's Mr. Toyama who's going to be in trouble, not you. I dare say the world would be better off with one third-rate gossip rag less anyway. Shut your mouth, Chiaki snapped. If the gossip doesn't come out, I'm going to be in trouble. An article I've written is supposed to be in the next month's issue. It's a piece I've worked my very hardest on, to the very end. A piece Mr. Mino saw fit to put in print. And if that goes away... if all of that goes away, yeah, I'll be in trouble, alright? Ooh! Like, I feel like that's just like the makeup stuff, but like the makeup artist for the sets, but like, I've scraped my foot like that before. My leg is very painful. Chiaki's legs wobbled as she struggled to get back to her feet. Chiaki, Katayama said, your zeal is a marvelous thing. Worthy of admiration, even. But when it comes to work, results are all that matters. I'm sad to have to put it that way, but I must be honest. It's just common decency. Katayama glanced back at his pocket watch. You have 57 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. At this rate, you won't even make it to the interview menu before your time's up. Frankly, I don't even think a further extension of your deadline would make any difference in the end. Damn it! Minorikawa ground his teeth. He wondered if he should just leave Chiaki here and go interview SOS by himself. He could expand on the article of SOS and work a small part of Chiaki's interview piece in to at least fill the layout. Right now, the single most important thing was getting the magazine out the door, for Tayama's sake. But if he did cut most of Chiaki's copy after all she'd done, he might wind up totally killing her passion for being a writer. I have to stop waffling. Professionals don't let their personal feelings dictate their decisions. I can help Chiaki work through her emotional struggles later. Chiaki, that's enough. The young woman got to her feet, staggering as she began to climb the stairs. I'm not giving up, she said under her breath. I can't give up now. Though obviously in pain, she struggled to keep her legs moving. Damn. I can't do it. Look at how hard she's fighting to stay in the game. I can't tell her I don't need her article now. Releasing the next issue of the gossip wasn't just going to save Toyama. It would save Chiaki as well. Minorikawa couldn't abandon either of them, which left him with a hell of a dilemma. He needed to make a decision. If he didn't stop wavering soon, they'd be out of time. But try as he might, he couldn't come up with a plan. Then he heard a familiar voice from behind him. If you're wondering what path to take, allow my taxi to be your guide. Let's go! My man. Oh my god, he coming in with the jacket and the shades, walking towards us, all cool. Minorikawa spun around to see Kimizuka standing there. Taxi dude, the coolest, for real. Where to, sir? The driver asked. Despite his polite demeanor, his pride was obvious. Mr. Kimizuka, I appreciate the thought, but with this traffic... Traffic? I see nothing of the sort. Okay, sure, but... Oh my god! You looking at this and going like, I don't see any traffic. Do you? I don't perceive this. Minorikawa was well aware of Kimizuka's capabilities, but the prospect of cutting through the chaos that was currently filling the streets was a little more than daunting. More than a little daunting. When you know this town as well as I do, there's nowhere you can't go. Alright, what other choice do I have? Guess I gotta trust you. This will be my last request of the day, Minorikawa pointed down the street. Bride, Inferno, Labyrinth, It's Inferno if I remember correctly. Take us to Inferno in Uraharajuku. Inferno in Uraharajuku. The bar? Kimizuka quirked an eyebrow. Yes, is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Hurry up and get in. Thanks, bro. You the... Whoa! He really is speeding through? As soon as Minorikawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimizuka tore through Shibuya's network of narrow side streets. The passengers in the backseat jostled roughly back and forth to the sound of the screeching tires. Oh my god. This is altogether far too excessive, Katayama murmured, wincing as his head bounced repeatedly against the window. To think we allow such inconsiderate driving here in this country. Chiaki, meanwhile, had opened up her laptop and was somehow working furiously to finish her copy. The sound of her fingers clicking across the keys echoed within the vehicle. How's it going, Chiaki? Minorikawa asked. Just a little more! Her eyes were glued to her monitor, her face all seriousness. Kimizuka glanced over at Minorikawa. If I may ask, sir, what business do you have at this bar? Just a little interview. I hear a local gang called SOS uses the place as their big hangout. You're interviewing SOS? Sir, I feel it's not the best to get too involved with that lot. There was something about the driver's warning that seemed a little off. Do your taxi driver connections tell you what SOS is up to? Minorikawa asked. Originally, they were something of a vigilante corps, in the name of keeping the neighborhood clean and safe. But lately, I hear nothing but bad things about them. Those loan sharks had said the very same thing. Something very similar. Minorikawa reminded himself that he'd better be on his guard. Katayama chimed in. And just how do you plan to go about interviewing a gang like this? That's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan. Oh. Just what exactly is this plan? I'm not gonna lie, seeing it in this lighting, I actually really like Katayama's like tie. His tie and then like the handkerchief thingy in his pocket. It's kind of purplish, kind of pinkish. It's cute. I like the color. It's a secret. Katayama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly, he wasn't impressed. I love purple, right? Yeah, it's so nice. Oh no, their ties are kind of matching, him and Chiaki. It's also kind of purple. Minorikawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared too engrossed in her copy to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Kimizuka said worriedly. But do you really need to take such risks? Yes, I do. Minorikawa thought back to the look on Toyama's face. That look when he'd finally regained his confidence. He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Toyama provided the canvas on which Minorikawa shared his art with the world. Thinking about it now, Minorikawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit, that man had been the ideal Minorikawa strove to live up to. That's why he hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Still, Minorikawa wasn't about to voice these feelings out loud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be taking it all so personally. When you take on one job, you have to give it 100%, every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. Wouldn't you agree? I do indeed, Katayama chimed in, but you'll have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left, which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds. I will not budge in the slightest on that submission deadline. Please do keep that in mind. The man took another look at his watch. I've got half a mind to break that thing, Minorikawa told him. Breaking my watch will not stop time. Minorikawa shot a furious glare, but Katayama's composure was unwavering. The guy was unflappable. The only way Minorikawa was gonna get to put him in his place was to meet his damn deadline. Easier said than done, though. He'd have to use 30 of the 51 minutes that he still had to write his article. That only left him with 20 or so to get the material. Kimizuka suddenly slammed on the brakes and the cab skidded to a halt. Minorikawa stared through the windshield and in shock and saw a smallish, boxy minivan weaving eccentrically along the road. Whoa, look out! That thing's heading our way! Don't worry, sir, the driver replied. Just leave this to me. What? Keeping his cool, Kimizuka dexterously steered them clear of the oncoming vehicle. I could never. I could never. I can't drive, but if I could, I feel like I would have bumped into this car. We would have had a car crash. As the minivan sped past, an eerily cold breeze wafted over the taxi. Oh, it's being driven by the members of the Wandering Angels troupe. They're on their way to return the dry ice machine they used in their performance. It's malfunctioning and continually spitting out plumes of carbon dioxide. They're beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation and are driving around Shibuya in a daze. Will they make it to Endo Electronics in the end? Oh my god, pray. Pray for these guys. What the heck was that? Minorikawa asked. I'm not sure, Kimizuka said, but let's hurry on our way. Nimbly manipulating the gear stick, he stumped on the gas once more. I hope we could get at least 10 minutes interview with SOS, but 5 minutes. Do it in 5 minutes, Minorikawa. You got this. Here we are, sir. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing the end of Shibuya Scramble. I really like the game so far and the mystery that they've been building up. I want to see how it all ends and goes down. They'd pulled up outside of a dilapidated old pool hall. You're a lifesaver. Minorikawa clapped a hand on Kimizuka's shoulder. Just be sure to be careful, sir. Minorikawa nodded. Huh? What? Chiaki asked, looking up. What are we being careful about? Nothing, Minorikawa said. You just wait here in the car. You still got that copy to finish up, yeah? Well, yes. Alright then. Chiaki frowned, but resumed her typing. And you wait here too, Minorikawa said to Katayama. But of course, that goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 49 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Holy shit! This guy actually made... Kimizuka actually drove them all the way there in like... I don't know, less than 10 minutes. About 8 minutes-ish? 7 minutes-ish? That's crazy. Even with that whole, like, I stopped because that other car was speeding towards us. That's nuts. It's a good game. I love how it uses real people. Yeah, I think this is called an FMV. I think that's what it's called. I actually forgot what FMV stands for. But I saw that tag on Steam on another, like, on a dating game this time. A dating game that uses real people. It's usually, like, tagged as FMV, but I don't know what it stands for. Let me go check real quick. FMV. Not fair full motion video. There you go. Love is all around. Yeah, how did you know? How did you know it was Love is All Around? The one with the pretty ladies. I saw another streamer playing it. Yeah, it's actually on my wish list. Because it kind of like, I don't know, it looks interesting, alright? Like, I don't see FMVs a lot. And I'm just like, I'm curious. I want to try it out. This is nice. This is very nice. Wait, I guess it doesn't completely count as an FMV. Because an FMV would probably be all video, right? Like, it's full motion video, like in the name. This one's somewhere in between. It's still basically a visual novel. Because it's like mostly still images and CGs in the background. And then like sometimes there's full motion videos. But man, I really like it, yeah. And I love how expressive the actors are here. They do their job really well, even when they're like exaggerating. It's not bad. Like, sometimes like super exaggerated stuff can come out bad, right? Like as bad acting, but then it's really hard to get it right. But then these guys, they manage to do it and then it turns out really good. I like it. Minorikawa did some quick mental math. With a half an hour he'd already set aside, that left him 19 minutes. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second. His hair is so messed up! Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall. Me when I wake up. Whew. Minorikawa took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door. Here goes. He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty kick. Bruh! You really kicked the door down in front of the gang! A mob of young men inside the bar turned as the sound of the door crashing open. Who the hell are you? Several of them started towards him belligerently. Just calm down and hear me out. Oh no. Minorikawa gonna die again? Oh my god. Bro, Minorikawa, nothing good ever happens after someone says hear me out. I've come to interview you. Interview us? What the hell for? These were hot-headed punks, alright. They seemed to be itching for a confrontation. Minorikawa felt like a punch might come flying his way at any moment. Then another voice called out from further back. Hold up, guys. Is that Susumu? Aye. It was a young man seated in the far back corner of the bar. His air of authority marked him as the gang's leader. That must be Susumu then, Minorikawa thought. When you say interview, do you mean for TV? Or like a magazine? Mind telling us who you are? My name is Minorikawa. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm doing a magazine piece about young people in Shibuya. All I'm asking is for you guys to answer a few questions. Answer. Here's the answer to the science quiz from last time. What? I completely forgot what the science quiz was? Huh. Susumu sounded less than enthused. Just 5 minutes, Minorikawa said. What do you say? Nah, not in the best of moods right now. Go on, get out of here. Right, Minorikawa thought. He's gonna make things difficult. But he hadn't expected these troublemakers to just put up and accept an offer to appear in print. Now was when the real battle would begin. Guess I'll just have to write my piece without your help then. Susumu took the bait and shot him a look. Write about what exactly? Your little warehouse raids. Warehouse raids? Susumu raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Really now? You're gonna tell me you don't know your boys are dealing in stolen goods? SOS doesn't steal, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh yeah? Why don't you ask those two over there? He spotted the two fellows he'd seen arguing earlier, at the scene of the explosion, and he now pointed at them. Their faces betrayed their alarm. Susumu glared at them. Is this true? They averted their eyes. They said nothing. I asked you a question. Have you been stealing stuff? After a long moment of surly hesitation, both young men nodded. Oof! You idiots! Susumu marched up to the two without warning and decked them both. How dare you sully the SOS name? And the two gang members cowered. He continued to punch them repeatedly. Okay, enough with the beatdown. Minorikawa stepped up to intervene. Let's get down to business here. I won't reveal anything about the warehouse raids. In exchange, you give me my interview. How's that? Not a bad deal, I'd say. But Susumu ignored him. Oh, continuing his pummeling of the pair. Whoa, hey, nobody's gonna play nice with a guy who flies off the handle and beats on people, you know? What'd you say? But look at yourself. You're clearly not the cream of the crop here, kid. After that, Susumu's fist finally fell still. The rowdy bar went completely silent. Say that one more time. I dare you. I'll put your ass in the ground. The gang leader's eyes were red with rage. Minorikawa snorted, unafraid. Huh. That's the exact sort of line I'd expect from a total wuss who's all bark and no bite. Oh my god, Minorikawa is super bluffing. Shut your damn mouth. Get the hell out of here. Oh, this is hilarious. SOS's top dog is such a yappy little puppy. Oh my god, he's saying all you do is yap. Oh my god. Susumu snarled like an animal. You son of a bitch. I'm gonna beat your ass. Mr. Mino, I'm all finished. An ebullient voice, ebullient? No, I don't know that name. Voice resounded suddenly through the bar, cheerful and full of energy. It usually indicated a state of bubbling or boiling. It's a effectively fancy way of describing someone as bubbly. Okay. Bro, Katayama is like freaking posing by the door. Chiaki! Minorikawa looked and saw that both she and Katayama had appeared in the doorway. I finished my copy. Could you please look it over for me? She thrust out her laptop proudly. Susumu stared in bewilderment. Who the hell are you? Oh, I was under the impression you SOS folks were, being interviewed. Chiaki broke off haltingly. Yeah, you're right about that. One by one, the gang members started to close in around her. Well, it's just, you look like you're really angry is all. Oh, do we now? Nah, it's because we're pretty damn angry. Good grief, Katayama groaned. It would seem that your interview is getting quite impossible. Hi, Hi, Kapen! Thank you for dropping by. It's nice to see you. I hope you've been well. By the way, you only have another... You shut up, Minorikawa snapped as Katayama peered at his watch. Just leave this to me. You two hurry up and get out of here. No way, Chiaki said. What? Why not? Because I want you to read my copy, Mr. Mino. She looked him right in the eye. Oh my god. Okay, so there's no time for an editing session. Wrap up the interview first. Didn't have a choice. Postpone the interview to read her copy. This place is too dangerous. Get Chiaki and Katayama out of here. I feel like we're gonna go completely ballsy and I'm just gonna read the copy. Didn't have much of a choice. Alright, let me see your laptop. He held out his hand and started to make his way over to her. Whoa! Before he could reach her though, SOS's punks had Katayama and Chiaki surrounded. Ooh, what's this? Something important? One of the gang members reached out to grab Chiaki's computer. Knock it off! Don't touch that! She struggled to resist. Leave the girl alone, you scumbags! Minorikawa barked. The young men in the bar stopped and turned. Susumu was quick to respond. Screw you, man. Who are you calling scumbags here? Oh shit, we're gonna die. Any guy who raises a hand to a lady is a scumbag. If you're looking for a fight, you can fight me. Just get your hands off the girl. Minorikawa did his best to look unafraid as a couple of dozen vicious gazes now turned back on him. Bring it on, Susumu said. Hey, someone go stand lookout on front. He snapped his fingers sharply. Get him. At the signal, Susumu's men quickly closed in on Minorikawa. It was like being caught up in a tsunami. He took a hard punch to the face and his vision went blurry. Before he could react, he was hit again, twice, thrice, with punches and kicks. The moment his first assailant paused, another joined the assault. 4 blows, 5 blows, 6. Minorikawa lost count somewhere around 30. Oh my god, I think he died. A metallic taste filled his mouth and he could feel his consciousness fading. All the strength was being battered from his body. He couldn't tell if he was standing on his feet or lying on his back. Then finally, he felt himself crumple to the floor. GG Minorikawa. Even then, the beating didn't let up. As he writhed helplessly, the young man kicked him in the gut over and over. "Stop it!" he heard Chiaki shriek. "You're going to kill him!" Damn. I guess I fucked that up. Guess Minorikawa died. GG. Eventually, Minorikawa forced himself to go limp. Finally, the kicking stopped. "Oh crap," one of the thugs muttered, sounding panicky. "Did we take this a bit too far? I mean, come on, it was one dude!" "Mr. Mino!" Chiaki rushed to Minorikawa's side, sobbing. "Please!" she cried out. "Answer me!" He held his breath and said nothing. "Mr. Mino!" Tears streaked down her cheeks as she shook him desperately. "Don't worry," he gasped out at last, holding up a hand to stave her off. He let out a yelp of surprise, staring at his battered face. He could feel the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned his grisly visage on the gang members as he painfully rose to his feet. Wow! Oh my god! He's going insane! Abruptly, Minorikawa broke into peals of mocking laughter. Mr. Mino?" Chiaki stared at him aghast. No, I'm actually ending up laughing when I see the huge text and that he starts laughing like a maniac. He only laughed harder. "It seems he took too many blows to the head." The poor thing, Katayama averted his eyes, unable to watch. Minorikawa shot out an accusing finger out at the crowd. "Looks like I win this round." What? Susumu blinked dumbstruck. "Don't you get it?" Minorikawa said thickly, around his bruised tongue. "What I'm saying is, you are a bunch of idiots. Now then, if you'll pardon me." "Oh, I get it." Minorikawa was halfway to the exit when Katayama's exclamation rang out. "You were planning all along to let these guys beat you up, huh?" Minorikawa jerked to a halt, his shoulders trembling. "You knew they'd turn down the interview, so by letting yourself get beat up, you'd have something to put in an article, yeah? It's a bit bogus, maybe, but I guess it's one way to get material to fill your pages." Minorikawa broke out into a cold sweat. "Shut up, you idiot." But Katayama continued with his oh-so-brilliant analysis. "You sure pulled a fast one on this gang here. I wonder what sort of headline your piece should have. The twilight of Shibuya's legendary street crew. Former vigilante squad, now mere common thugs." Something like that, maybe. Bro, why'd you have to say it out loud? I was like, oh, we survive, and then now we don't. Susumu stared daggers at Minorikawa. "Go on. I dare you to write that up. Then we really will put your ass in the ground." He moved to block the path to the door, clutching a broken beer bottle in one hand. "You moron!" Minorikawa bellowed at Katayama. "I was this close to pulling it off." "Ah, well, that's a shame, isn't it?" Katayama replied. Minorikawa rolled his eyes. "Gee, you think?" Susumu slowly advanced on them, beer bottle at the ready. "Incidentally," Katayama said, "you have 40 minutes and 7 seconds left. Good luck." Minorikawa hung his head. Was everything futile at this point? Not quite. That was the door, wasn't it? Achi should be here. Alright, cool your jets. I'd say that's quite enough. No, it's Kimizuka. What? Susumu stopped and spun around. Kimizuka had entered the bar. The taxi driver stared out sternly from behind his stun glasses. All the young men in the bar fell silent. Minorikawa and his companions exchanged glances. Oh man, you? Susumu's face twisted up in awkward embarrassment. Kimizuka's tone was light and playful, but intimidating nevertheless. Oh, hey now. That's no way to address your teacher. What? Kimizuka needs a Yakuza intro. Yeah, what the hell? Teacher? Minorikawa blurted in disbelief. Kimizuka nodded. Yeah, until last year I used to be a teacher. But then I got into a bit of a dispute with my school, so I moved on. He didn't even say I got fired. No, I moved on. Oh my god. These guys in here are all former students of mine. Sorry they're such a bunch of good-for-nothings. Wow, Chiaki said. I never would have guessed. I thought, since I wasn't their teacher anymore, it wasn't my place to butt in. But I couldn't sit idly by and let one of my customers take a beating. Kimizuka turned back to Susumu. This guy totally played you. Every last one of you. Susumu bit his lip in frustration. Still, it's hard to imagine anyone would want to take a beating from this many guys all at once. So it's hardly your fault for falling for it. Kimizuka had switched gears from taxi driver to street smart mentor. You guys lost this one, he said, and for that, you need to give him his interview. No way, Susumu looked disgusted. Look here, kid, Kimizuka said. Let yourself save some face and help the man out. And maybe you won't come off as a bunch of total idiots in his article. He flashed an amicable grin. Well, when you put it that way... Fine, alright. Susumu blew out a breath in resignation. Susumu, you can't just let yourself cave like that. The remark had come from a particularly nasty young fellow who slouched on the bar sofa. Minorikawa recognized him, the kid he'd encountered earlier that afternoon, wandering around with a wooden cudgel. You shut up, Kiryu, Susumu said. So what, you're just gonna let SOS make a mockery of itself? Kiryu demanded. The gang leader let out an annoyed growl, but said nothing. And you still think you got what it takes to run Shibuya? Shut up! I already said I'd do it. Kiryu sneered sullenly at Susumu's outburst. Achi gonna have to fix this. Mr. Mino! Minorikawa was just letting out a sigh of relief at being able to get his interview when Chiaki scurried back up to him. Please, can you read my copy now? Her face showed a strange mixture of confidence and unease. Alright, he said resignedly. Let me see it. The proofing deadline was drawing steadily nearer. If the piece still wasn't good enough, he'd have to make her rewrite it again. He wasn't gonna compromise on quality. Bracing himself, Minorikawa stared at the monitor. Chiaki swallowed hard, so anxious that it was audible. It's good. I feel like it's just being ominous, but then it's gonna be good. She rewrote it so many times already. Minorikawa gave the piece a fast once-over, then read it again more closely. When he was done, he closed his eyes considering. Chiaki held her breath, waiting for his response. It's the best one yet. It's okay! Oh my god. She looked back at him blankly for a moment. Really? It's really okay. Is it really, really okay? It really is really okay. Minorikawa watched in surprise as she broke down in tears. Oh, thank you so much! Chiaki bowed profusely. He gave her an affectionate little ruffle atop her head. She wiped her face with her palm, scrubbing the tears away. So I guess I never really told you what sort of articles I want to write and all. No, I don't think you have. Well, I mean, I want to write socially conscious exposés like you do, Mr. Mino. And so, to hear you say that an article I wrote is okay, that really makes me, happy, I guess. Or maybe moved? Her eyes were still bright with emotion. Well then, really. There was actually another writer who took inspiration from his work and who strove to be like him. Minorikawa never thought a day like this would come. It was a peculiar feeling. He'd always been the follower, chasing after interviews in order to be more like Toyama. It made him feel both bashful and proud that the skill and soul that he'd honed might be passed on to the next generation. Aw, wholesome. But we're still in the bar, with the entire SOS. They're just watching this? Right, I should be off. Kimizuka gave Minorikawa a slight nod. Minorikawa returned the gesture, but more deeply. You really have been a tremendous help today. I'm not sure where I'd even be right now if you hadn't been there for me. Oh no, not at all. I was just driving a customer around to where he asked me to go. Oh, that's right. I still owe you a fare. Opening his wallet, Minorikawa saw that he only had a 10,000 yen bill. Still, now was no time to be frugal. Keep the change, he said as he handed it over. But even as he said it, Kimizuka was already handing him some money back. Here, I insist. The driver had already counted out the exact change in advance. You really are a pro, huh? Minorikawa took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. Damn! Why is he so cool? We'll meet again. Somewhere out there on the streets of Shibuya. Kimizuka pointed his index finger at Minorikawa's face. Minorikawa responded in kind. Damn. What about Achi? Yeah, he hasn't gotten here yet. And Achi's skill issue, he's not here yet. Maybe he'll show up towards the tail end of the interview or during the interview. After that, the interview with SOS went off without a hitch. Now that the tension was diffused, these guys were just a bunch of ordinary young guys. The juxtaposition of their appearance and their behavior would make for an interesting piece. So, about what you said earlier, Susumu said once Minorikawa had finished his questioning. About how I'm not the cream of the crop. Oh my god, it really hit him. Ah, yeah, that. I just said it to get you worked up, don't worry about it. Well, let me just ask you what you really think then. How do you think I could be a better leader? I don't know. I'm not really the sort of guy who wants to stand at the top, you know? But I guess I can tell you 2 things that'll make things go more smoothly with you and your buddies. Susumu leaned in, listening intently. Forgiveness, and also trust. Minorikawa chewed over his own words. The events of the day replayed in the back of his mind. He'd forgiven Toyama for his fake suicide, and trusted that he'd regain his reporter's edge. He'd forgiven Chiaki for her bungled interviews, and trusted she'd grow as a journalist. In the end, that's what had helped him through. Forgiveness, followed by trust. Susumu grumbled softly. Forgiveness and trust, huh? Doesn't sound so easy. People gravitate towards somebody who can handle things when they get tough. With that, Minorikawa got to his feet. Oh my god, he's setting Achi up! He said forgiveness and trust. So he's setting Achi up so when Achi shows up here, Susumu's gonna forgive him and then trust in him or something like that. Trust in him that, like, he didn't just, like, abandon them. He was doing it for his sister or something like that. I don't know how exactly he's gonna go through this. But he's setting Achi up for success in recruiting them. Alright, we got all the articles we need covered. Chiaki rushed over to his side. I guess we still need Mr. Toyama's piece. I just got off the phone with my office, Katayama said casually. It seems that they've already received the data from him. Whoa, what? Guess he really can get the job done when he applies himself. Minorikawa felt an inner surge of pride. Now then... He indicated Katayama. How much time do we have left? 30 minutes remaining, Katayama replied, eyeing his watch. 30 minutes, huh? Looks like we might make it after all. Chiaki? Laptop. Right! With a beaming grin, Chiaki held out her computer. Minorikawa got ready to start typing. But then a young man barged into the bar. There he is! There's Achi! Let me keep going with this first, though. The newcomer hurried over to where Susumu was sitting and promptly prostrated himself on the floor. Whatever this was about, it looked like a big deal. Who was this kid? The gang's feelings looked decidedly mixed. I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. Why does it sound like you're trying to kill someone? I know I have no right to ask you of this, but please, I really need your help. Minorikawa listened to the young man's conversation with Susumu. He could feel his blood start pumping. It sounded like they were talking about the terrorist plot in which Shibuya had become embroiled. Hey Chiaki, he said quietly. Did you hear that just now? I did! I'm not sure I follow all of it, but this definitely has the whiff of a major scoop. Minorikawa shot her a daring grin. So what's the play here, Chiaki? We interview him, of course. No! But we only have 30 minutes left, right? So we take 10 minutes for our conversation and use the remaining 20 to write up the piece. Alright, I'll help you out. You learned good, kiddo. Minorikawa ruffled Chiaki's hair again. They both blushed profusely, gripped with a sudden surge of excitement. Why are you doing this? I can't make any sense of it whatsoever. Katayama stood peering at them skeptically. If you write up the piece you just did your interview for, you'll make your deadline. Why are you going out of your way to trouble yourself further? It's no trouble, Minorikawa said. I'm just doing what a professional does. That's all. Katayama let out a solemn sigh. Good grief. He looked at his pocket watch again and then snapped it shut. Well, if you aren't concerned about the time, then do as you like, I suppose. I admit, you've made me quite curious to read this magazine you're putting together. Minorikawa and Chiaki rolled their eyes as they turned away. Already, they were making their way over to Susumu and his gang. The interviews aren't over until you have what you need. you refuse to let them be over. You spend every last second you have to do the best job you can. And that's what being a professional journalist is all about. Minorikawa cracked his knuckles and stepped between the two young men. Sounds like you've got an interesting story. Mind letting me hear it too? Thank you for the hydrates! Oh man, honestly I really need that. Because like, the weather has been super hot recently. We're literally cooking here in the Philippines. Also, why does it kind of feel like this is leading up to Southeast Asia burning in the fires of hell? Yeah, for real. Why does it feel like it's leading up to the end? It's gonna flash the end on Minorikawa, isn't it? End. Watch this. I feel it. Yeah, I knew it! I knew it! Because it had the epic music and it looked like it was coming to a conclusion. Nice. Yeah, we finished another story. End of his story. And I did it. Alright, so let's jump to Achi. He's the only one who can move right now. Another story complete. Yeah, but then we like started so many more. Stanley and Tateno. So that's a lot. Let's go, Achi. Here we are. Door opened and the other lookout returned. Susumu says to come on in. Achi nodded and strode inside. The scent of alcohol and cigarettes watched over him. Susumu sat on the sofa at the far end of the bar. It was where Achi used to sit, back in the day. What do you want? Susumu asked immediately. Achi walked up to him and got down on his hands and knees. Huh? Well, what are you doing down there? The hell's this all about? I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. The crowd around him flew into an uproar. Peals of mocking laughter rang in Achi's ears. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. Just some guy, huh? Who? He's an international terrorist trying to get his hands on some wonder drug for a killer virus. If we don't catch him, somebody I know is going to die. And that's not all. He might have tried to unleash the killer virus here in the city. Susumu burst out laughing. This some kind of joke? You alright in the head there, Achi? The other gang members followed his lead, unleashing another storm of mockery. Oh my god, the group villain laugh. Laughter continued for quite some time. No, don't lose your cool. Just look at him. Achi said nothing. He endured the ridicule and simply stared up at Susumu. As patiently as he could, he waited for Susumu to give the proverbial nod. Finally, the laughter subsided and Susumu crouched down and got in Achi's face. Is that how you go about asking someone for a favor? Susumu growled menacingly. If you have a problem with me kowtowing like this, I can apologize some other way, all you want. But don't you care that I just told you Shibuya is in danger? Achi's voice was unwavering. But face it, Susumu. Isn't Shibuya the reason everyone hangs out with each other? If you're telling me that you don't want to keep this town safe, then I won't ask you guys for anything again. I withdraw my request. The two glared at each other glared into each other's eyes. Then, before Susumu could reply, an odd man stepped in between them. We don't need to jump. He didn't get caught. But okay. Sounds like you got an interesting story, he said. Mind letting me hear it too? You again? Didn't you already get your interview? Susumu rolled his eyes. I think Grovels here might be telling the truth. The newcomer's face was all seriousness. It lines up with the information I have. Hey Grovels, you got a second? My name's not Grovels, Achi growled. It's Achi. I'm Minoru Minorikawa, magazine reporter. I know a little bit about the stuff you were saying just now. The killer virus you mentioned is called the UA virus. The wonder drug is an antiviral medication. And the person you know who might die is Maria Osawa. Am I right? Achi was almost too shocked for words. How do you know all that? Minorikawa ignored him and turned to the SOS leader. Susumu, he said. Something really is going down in Shibuya. What are you gonna do about it, boss? Susumu bit his lip. You look pretty conflicted. Sounds good to me, someone called out. Let's give him a hand. Achi turned to see where the voice had come from. It was Kiryu. You shut up, Susumu said with a glare. Break out of your rut, old man, Kiryu sneered. Achi here's right. Isn't keeping your beloved Shibuya safe what SOS does? Yo, Kiryu, you didn't have to get that close. He slipped an arm around Achi's shoulders. You okay with that, right, Achi? Me going against Susumu's orders to help you out? Kiryu's lips pulled back in a broad, unsettling grin. But first, we have unfinished business, you and I mean. I'm willing to lend a hand even though you ditched the gang and all, but first we've got to settle our score, here and now. You understand, don't you? Yeah, you're right. Kiryu grinned hungrily. It's guillotine time! A bunch of gang members started up an eager clamor at Kiryu's pronouncement. In a matter of moments, Achi was grabbed from all sides and hoisted up onto the pool table. A dozen young men held down his arms and legs, positioning him so his head jutted out past the table's edge. Oh shit! Kiryu pulled out a steel pipe nearly a meter long. It was caked liberally with dried blood. Guillotine! Guillotine! Oh my god, what the fuck? Damn, bro! He really is gonna do a pseudo guillotine. Like, I know it's not guillotine, right? It's guillotine, I think. The men of Kiryu's faction pumped their fists in the air, chanting madly. Kiryu licked his lips as if drunk off of their cheers. Glancing to one side, Achi saw Minorikawa speaking empathetically to Susumu. It looked like the reporter was trying to talk some sense into the SOS leader. Man, today is my lucky day. I get to take the head of SOS's original head. Achi twisted his neck to peer up at him. And what point is there in taking my head right now? Oh, my. You don't get it, do you? See, if I send you to the hospital, everyone in Shibuya is going to know my name. And once I've got all that big-ass sign over my head, I'll be able to unite this town under my banner in one fell swoop. Kiryu's eyes were crazed and bloodshot. Then that's all the more reason for you to do as I'm asking. If you want to unite Shibuya, you have to protect it first. But if you think you need to take my head to do that, then go right ahead. Even if these guys were all like Kiryu, many of them actually showed up at the scramble. They'd actually be able to do far more than Achi could hope to do by himself. Hi Riker, thank you for dropping by. Hope you're doing well. The ultimate goal was to capture Alphard. Achi didn't care how they made that happen. He was just so sorry that he wouldn't get to see it through, to protect Hitomi until the very end. Okay then, Kiryu brayed. The gloves are coming off. I guess I'll see what happens if I let him do it? Go on, do it. Achi braced himself. Just make sure you keep your promise. Kiryu raised the steel pipe high above his head, and then, before he brought it down, he flicked the tip of his tongue from his mouth like a snake. You dumbass, I didn't promise you nothing! Achi strained in sudden panic, but his limbs were pinned down far too forcefully for him to have any hope of avoiding what was to come. Susumu, save us. Let's go! But the steel pipe never struck home. Just when it was about to smash into Achi's head, Susumu grabbed a hold of it. The hell are you doing? Enough of this crap, Kiryu. Susumu yanked the pipe from Kiryu's grasp and tossed it onto the floor. Kiryu stood frozen in surprise. A vein pulsed angrily in his forehead. You guys too, Susumu added, glaring at the others. Let him go. The toughs holding Achi down cautiously took their hands away. Kiryu let out a red-faced cry of rage. But we've got unfinished business! Ignoring him, Susumu helped Achi slide off the table. Every man gets to make one request in his life that can't be denied. Do you remember saying that? The words stirred up some bitter memories within Achi. Yeah, I remember. But you didn't grant me my request. No, I guess not. That's why I'm going to heed yours. No questions asked. Susumu held out his right hand. Susumu, you are... That'll make me the better man. Finally. Achi reached out and clasped Susumu's hand in his. Yeah, Achi said, letting his relief show in his face. You're quite the guy. Aw. It's the forgiveness and trust. Let's go. Susumu cracked a tiny grin. It was the sort of smile Achi had seen all the time back when he'd run with SOS. Suddenly, Susumu staggered and dropped to the floor, falling too fast to even cry out. Kiryu had snatched the steel pipe from back on the floor, striking Susumu from behind once his back was turned. To hell with this, he howled like a madman. SOS doesn't belong to you guys. Not anymore. I won't allow it. Achi didn't flinch. SOS doesn't belong to anyone, he said. It's not mine, it's not Susumu's, and it isn't yours. We're just a bunch of friends hanging out and having a good time. That's the only reason we get together. Nothing more, nothing less. He turned and looked slowly around the room. Hey, you guys, do you all get together because someone told you to assemble? Do you get together to follow someone's orders? No, you don't. Of course you don't. The bar fell silent. Achi could see the young men who surrounded him exchanging glances. He could tell that his words were rang true. Kiryu saw it too, and it only made him more and more agitated. Shut up! Enough with the warm fuzzies! Abruptly, he charged forward, giving the steel pipe a mighty swing. Achi managed to dodge the attack by a mere hair. Minorikawa still standing here, guys? If it had connected, the blow might as well knocked his head clean off. He quickly backed away. What's the matter? Kiryu taunted. How come all you do is run? The pipe crashed down into the bar top. Bottles of beer and liquor smashed and scattered. Come on! What's the matter, Achi? Kiryu slammed his weapon into the pool table, sending balls scattering across the floor. Some of them collided with Susumu. Susumu let out a faint groan. Smirking at the sound, Kiryu stalked towards him. Speaking of unfinished business, with a gleaming grin, Kiryu took aim at Susumu's head, lifting the pipe up high. Stop! Before he could think better of it, Achi was rushing for his fallen friend. Huh, you dumbass. Without missing a beat, Kiryu shifted his weight and swung the steel pipe at Achi's temple. Achi responded with a fast high kick with his right leg. The steel pipe connected hard with his shin, but it was Kiryu who went reeling off balance. Yeah! Whoa, Achi's strong. Achi pivoted and put all his might into a straight right into Kiryu's jaw. The blow struck home. Kiryu's head snapped back and he crumpled to the floor. There was a momentary hush of indrawn breath. And then, the bar erupted in a wild clamor that practically shook the whole building. All eyes were fixed on Achi, marveling at what they had seen go down. Huh. Sounds like folks were hoping for a little more fight. Susumu got to his feet, his left hand clutching his right shoulder. You alright? Achi asked. Mostly. Guess my shoulder took the brunt of the blow. The gang members from Kiryu's faction rushed to their unconscious leader's side. Achi shot them a steady glare and they gathered up Kiryu and dragged him out of the bar. I didn't go too far here, did I? Achi asked Susumu. Is this gonna cause trouble for you? No. Figured Kiryu would pull something like this eventually. It was only a matter of when. Oh yeah, there you go. Right. I'm sure he's gonna go gather up his own bunch after this. We'll probably wind up butting heads again. Susumu didn't sound especially eager for the fight, but he didn't sound especially afraid of it either. Achi was still worried about a few things, but his friend had clearly grown as a leader. Anyhow, back to the story you were saying about needing some manpower. Will the guys here be enough? There were about 30 gang members still in the bar. Achi looked each of them in the eye in turn. Some he knew from back in the day, while others were fresh faces. I was born and raised in this town. I'm fond of the friends I've met here, and this has always been a great place to have a good time. And today, right here in this town, I met someone who's very special to me. And I know this doesn't involve the rest of you, but I'm willing to protect her. Achi knew he wasn't doing a great job of getting to the point, but the members of SOS listened quietly. And so, it's like, he felt like a grade schooler who didn't know how to answer a difficult question. He flushed with his hair and frowned sheepishly. I'm messing up the words. Okay, so I'm not really sure how to put this, but Shibuya is a special town to me because of getting to meet people like that. And maybe... No. I mean, it's like that for all you guys too. Don't you love Shibuya? So, help me help this town. He bowed low and deep. I want to protect this girl who means so much to me, and the city that means so much to me as well. I know my answer. Susumu clapped a hand on Achi's shoulder. Listen up, everyone! SOS's original founder is back in action. He needs our help, and I, for one, am ready to follow him into battle. What do you say? Aww. Let's go! It worked out! Susumu's people let out a hearty cheer. Let's help them. Let's go! Who would win, Alfred or a bunch of gang members? Local gang versus Alfred. When Achi marched back into his home, followed by 30 members of his old gang, Hitomi and Kano were obviously overjoyed to see him. Right before Kano was gonna leave, huh? Their happiness raised his own spirits unexpectedly high. He felt a palpable sense of accomplishment. Alright, detective, Achi shouted. Let's do this. His resounding cry echoed throughout the workroom, and the gang set out for the scramble. What's the matter? Hitomi asked Achi as they made their way through the busy streets. What's the matter with what? You look pretty pale. She peered good and hard into his face. Do I now? Are you tired or something? I mean, you've kind of been going all out all day long after all. Nah, it's nothing. Achi kept his voice nice and bright. I'm just a little hungry is all. So don't worry about me. Or Alfred either. Okay? I swear I'll keep you safe, Hitomi. Alright. Hitomi gave a tiny nod. Just leave it to me! Alfred's got nothing on this guy. He thumped his chest in display of bravado, but he could feel the sweat beading on his brow. Oh shit! Is Achi sick? Or maybe he's just over-fatigued. Hitomi did have a point. He was running around all day. When they reached the scramble, Achi took his place at the location specified by the battle plan Kano had drawn up. Hitomi was only a few meters away. Whatever happened, he was in a good position to shield her from harm. There were 3 minutes left until the appointed rendezvous. Achi wondered what sort of person was gonna show up. Still, he knew he couldn't scan the crowd too much. He needs to act as naturally as possible so Alfred wouldn't be suspicious. He risked a glance over at Hitomi. Maybe now wasn't the time for admiring, but he couldn't help but think how cute she looked. In some ways, seeing her there felt similar to when he'd seen her this morning in the very same spot. The difference was, this time, it wasn't just Hitomi's good looks that made him find her so attractive. They may have only spent a few hours together, but in that time, he learned a lot about her as a person. He knew what was important to her, what her worries were, what her wants and desires were. Also, he'd learned what a kind-hearted person she was. Achi recalled what happened back in the workroom. Even though her own life had been in danger all day, Hitomi had shed tears for his father and his sister. She really understood people's grief and suffering. Achi's going through the thing where it's like, what's that? It's that trope, right? Where romance blooms in adversity or something like that. The more dangerous the situation, the faster his feelings develop. I get it. I've been invested in this for hours. And I can understand why Achi's feeling for Hitomi. Alright. I've like gacha game guys faster than that. What do I do if I can't protect someone as good as her? Achi muttered under his breath, clutching his right leg. His shin was throbbing wickedly where the pipe had smashed against it. He'd been walking okay so far, but any intense fighting and the leg might just give out. He couldn't let himself worry about that now. Oh, that's why he's sweating. His leg is freaking broken. Or like, it's at its breaking point at least. Hey Achis, I lurked you for a bit. Enjoy stream. Thank you for dropping by. Have a nice lurk. At least Achi isn't imagining Hitomi with old men. Oh my god, that happened way too many times. He can't keep getting away with this. I don't know why he did it so many times in one day. Okay, if it came down to it, he'd be a human shield to protect Hitomi if he had to. Achi looked at his watch. Only 1 minute to go before 7 p.m. He glanced again at Hitomi and saw her eyes widen with surprise. Quickly, he followed her gaze across the plaza. He spotted a tall white man approaching. Why did she look surprised though? Did she recognize him or something? Keep out. Alright, on to Kano again. From this one. Let's go! It's all coming together. It's all coming together. I hope we can see the ending in this stream. I'm really, really curious already. Burning curiosity. Kano. Although what I sincerely hope is that I didn't fuck up Stanley's. I sincerely hope I didn't fuck up Stanley's deductions. It was really difficult. He told me I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny reluctant nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. He told me, I'll be alright, I'm just... a little nervous, that's all. She had a right to be nervous. Offered was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. Once he had it, he told me it would become a liability he'd want to dispose of. Right now, the only person who could keep her safe was Kano. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to. Protecting Hitomi is my job. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh! We came in with this music. Good choice. Achi, you're back. I said I'd see you through to the very end. Didn't I? Yeah, you did. Hitomi gazed back at Achi with grateful reassurance. Ahem. Kano cleared his throat softly. But Hitomi and Achi continued to stare earnestly at one another. Eventually, the tough-looking young man standing behind Achi spoke up. I've got 30. Will that be enough? Yeah, Kano nodded. That'll be fine. More importantly, have you heard what we'll be doing yet? Catch the bad guy, keep Shibuya safe. Same old thing we always do. The guy flashed a grin. You got it, Kano said. We'll be counting on you then. With 30-odd people at their disposal, they'd be able to encircle the meeting area no problem. All the preparations were set. You know things are going down when they play the special music. Yeah, for real, they only used this for like the previews before. It was time to confront Alfred at last. Alright, detective, Achi shouted. Let's do this. Kano gave a firm nod. Woohoo, let's go! 9 minutes later, 6:59 p.m. Kano and the others were in position around the scramble. Each subtle tick of the second hand was like a sharp rod to Kano's nerves. His whole body was stiff with tension. But they could not let themselves fail. There was too much at stake. Here, now, hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. Oh yeah, it's the background I used. With Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the scramble had been seized by panic. There had been multiple traffic collisions. The sidewalks were crowded with scared people. Overturned cars and abandoned motorcycles overclogged the streets. Amidst the chaos, emergency vehicles sped by at furious speeds. But the fire and emergency personnel, and even the police, were short-handed. And the whole Shibuya had begun to look like a war zone. The main roads had been blocked to normal traffic, and trains weren't stopping at the stations. In effect, the city was in a state of complete shutdown. Kano glanced again at his wristwatch. 6:59, and 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 13, 14. He could scarcely remember to breathe. Hitomi stood in front of the statue of Hachiko. She wasn't carrying an Hitachi case this time, but the moment was otherwise a strange mirror of the stakeout at 10 o'clock that morning. I love how they're putting in a lot of video for this. She looked terrified. Kano couldn't blame her. The criminals weren't after some case full of money this time. This time, they were out for blood. Her blood. Kano did a slow scan of the area. Achi was standing not too far away. His companions were strewn about here and there, carrying on as normal. Here in Shibuya, those guys might fit right in with the crowd. And they had the area around Hitomi completely surrounded. Yet again, Kano looked at his watch. 6:59 p.m., 35 seconds. 36, 37, 38, 39. He forced himself to take several deep breaths. He focused on the sound of his own heartbeat and exhaled until all the breath was expelled from his lungs. And then it all started. Oh shit, here we go. Kano's cell phone rang. I've got him. It was Daisuke, the organ trafficker who devised the kidnapping. It's him. Where is he? Kano asked. Is he close by? I've got him on camera now. He's on the other side of the intersection. Kano looked across the scramble. There were so many people, it was kind of hard to tell who was or wasn't suspicious. Can you describe him for me? Tall foreign guy, the one wearing glasses. A tall foreigner? Kano's eyes drifted over the crowd. Yo, wait, I saw him! Oh my god, he was the only one HD while everyone else is blurry. Aha! There he was. And as he got closer, Kano's eyes went wide. This man was someone he'd met before. Leon Palmer. The teacher? What the fuck? Are you legit? His teacher? Her teacher? The lecturer from the English department at Hitomi and Maria's school. Hello, Skyner. Thank you for dropping by. Hope you're doing well. Is he... Alfred? Palmer was walking right towards Hitomi. Hitomi didn't seem to have noticed him yet. When Kano glanced back at his wristwatch, it was 7 p.m. on the dot. How are you doing, Sky? We're in the climax of this game. Sorry. When Hitomi realized Palmer was approaching her, she was too stunned to react. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. Hello, Hitomi, he said in English. How are you doing? Professor Palmer? What are you doing here? Hitomi's voice came out in an anxious squeak. Why? I'm here to take your blood, of course. This time he spoke Japanese, and with an easy fluency totally different from his usual manner of speech. I'm the one who injected you with the UA virus. Oh my god. I'd been waiting so long for the opportunity to arise. It's been quite agonizing, you know, spending 6 months and pretending to be a mild-mannered English lecturer. Professor? You're Alfred, aren't you? Let's get down to business, shall we? Neither of us has much time. Hitomi stiffened. Please tell me the laboratory password. After I have your blood. This will only take a few seconds. I have a device here that will make the extraction quite simple. No way. Password first. That would violate the terms we already negotiated. Hitomi and Palmer glared at one another. Alright, Hitomi said at last. Why don't you negotiate with Keinan instead? Keinan? Hitomi took out her cell phone and dialed. But the phone rang repeatedly, and Keinan did not pick up. No, what happened to them? What's going on? Hitomi's face went pale. Come on, Keinan. Kano was standing near enough to overhear the conversation. He grew increasingly anxious as he watched the pair stare at the phone. What was the right move here? Should he keep waiting? Oh this is difficult. What the fuck is this? This is a really difficult choice to make. Shit, what's the play? If I just wait for Keinan, let's try to reason this out. If I just wait for Keinan, Leland has no reason to wait for it, right? Alfred could just like, yeah, fuck waiting for that. I'm just gonna take the blood. But if I just rush in, he could still do the same thing depending on how far away I am, right? He could see me coming. Because he already knows Kano's on the case. He knows Kano's face. So if Kano starts running in, he's gonna be like, I'll just do it. I'll just kill her or something. And I'm just like, ah! Why both of this seem bad? Let's try this, and then if we die, let's just go back. At this point, they couldn't count on Kanan anymore. Kano rushed into action. Freeze! Kano drew his gun and trained it on Palmer. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, Achi darted in to protect Hitomi. Oh. Okay. Good. That's my keep out for Achi. Palmer let out a tiny sigh. So you're breaking the terms we agreed upon then? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Kano inched his way closer, his point of aim never wavering. Hitomi, he shouted, call Kanan again. Again, Hitomi dialed her cell phone. Palmer opened the attaché case he was carrying. One more move and I shoot, Kano shouted. But the terrorists ignored the warning, producing a set of small glass vessels within the case. Is this the virus? If you want to shoot me, then shoot me, he said. Assuming you don't mind this getting scattered about. Is that... Surely you don't need me to explain. Stanley was right. Alfred had weaponized the virus. Doing his best to conceal his horror, Kanner tried to sound defiant. Wait, even if he lets it loose, right? Like, fuck it. Like, I know it's real because he's injected people with it. But let's try to bluff. Let's try to bluff that he can't let it loose here or he'll also die. And why is that? Because if you do, you'll be infected too. True. But so will all of the innocent bystanders around us. A thin smile crawled across Palmer's face. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alfred? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want is to get little bit of the girl's blood and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it? His face was overflowing with confidence. Kano couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at something. Well then, what will that be? Palmer continued. Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death? Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin and then resumed his stroll towards Hitomi. She stood frozen on the spot. Susumu! The shout had come from Achi. Here we go again. It's Achi again! But this is like a slightly later one. In an instant, dozens of SOS members headed towards Palmer from all sides. Tough luck, pal, Suzumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders. Now it was his turn to grin. You're completely surrounded. Give it up and tell us the password now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus. The tough-looking young man radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper. Surrounded? You certainly don't look like the police. Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He kept Hitomi shielded behind him while he spoke. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Palmer grimaced at Achi's words. I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close. Enough of the high and mighty act. Susumu stomped aggressively towards Palmer. Hey, Kano snapped. Easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm up high. Oh shit! He did it anyway! We're fucked. We're dead. Everyone watched in dismay as his hand shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upwards towards the backdrop of the evening sky. Look out! Achi shouted. Catch them! Catch them! Fuck! It's this ringtone again. We die. Wait. Why is there a bright... What? Are we dead? Rip? Yeah! A tremendous blast blew Kano off of his feet. He crashed to the pavement, searing in pain shot through his entire body. He knew at once that a bomb had gone off. But why? It didn't make any sense. Alfred had no intention of carrying out a suicidal terror attack. Kano was certain of that. If that had been his intent, he could have just done so at any time without going through the trouble of pulling on this whole charade. Was there a reason this guy would blow himself up under these circumstances at this specific moment? As he lay dying, yeah, we fucked it up. Kano had a thought. Could it be? Had Stanley not come to the scramble because he knew this was going to happen? Oh, okay, this is a bad ending. Let's see what it says though. A mysterious I can't check! I can't check why I got a bad ending. They won't tell me. Oh my god. That means I literally have to do this. Okay. Yeah, there's a red text. Maybe the only way to change it is with Stanley's jump. That might be the reason why it showed up. Here. Gimme. Gimme the Stanley jump. Is it the one he left off of? It is the one he left off of! That means we can only finish it through Stanley? We could just continuing the music, the ominous music. Kano's plan of action for the scramble was steadily coming together. Stanley half listened as the young detective discussed the stakeout with the rest of the group. His own mind was still caught up with the question of what he himself should do. He couldn't shake the conviction that he needed to head to the lab. Even assuming Alfred really did turn up at the scramble, and assuming that he carried out another bioterror attack there, the worst that could happen would be a disaster in Shibuya. Terrible though that might be, it would be far worse to let Alfred, who was already in possession of the UA virus, destroy the world's only supply of the antiviral. If he succeeded at that scheme, his bioweapon would be unstoppable. He could hold the entire planet in the grip of fear. The terrorist arms dealer must never be allowed to obtain this kind of power. Stanley couldn't take that risk. Even if he wasn't wrong in his suspicions, it only made sense to shore up the defense of the lab. There was only one person he could count on now. Kainan. She was on her way to the lab already. If Stanley could alert her of his conclusions, it would make it much harder for Alfred to carry out his plan. If nothing else, hopefully she could buy time for Stanley to get there. Stanley approached Kano. "You need to go to the scramble without me," he said. "What?" Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this all coming from? Okay, this is the thing we've seen. Something else has come up. Have to see it. Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything. But if he made unusual moves now, though, there was a risk Alfred would pick up on it. There was no telling where the mastermind might be watching. It would be better to keep his companions in the dark, just in case. "I understand," Kano said. "Do what you have to and come back soon." "Sorry. I wish I could tell you more." "It's alright. I'll find a way to get by." Kano gave him a thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Until a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive. And now, he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother Frank. Aww! Aww, they even did the same thumbs up! They might have looked very different, but in a way, they mixed up their responsibilities with their personal feelings. They were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivety. In the end, that was all part of a human condition. "Jack, are you really okay with this?" Frank cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto the University of Chicago campus. "It's my responsibility to look after you," Stanley told him. "As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it." Frank had been worrying about the tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. "Yeah, but..." Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders. "Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of." "Alright, Jack. I hear you. And thanks." "Aw." "Kano, promise me one thing." "What's that?" "Once this is all over, you'll go and have a beer with me." "Sure. Alright. That's a promise now. Remember." Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Aww. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up to Tenno as he ran along. Oh, it's another one! Red flag trigger? Yeah, for real. It's another jump, so Jack's probably gonna go into Tenno over here, probably. I don't know, I'm just doing a quick look around. This one is the one for Achi here. These two are probably both at a bad ending right now. I'll keep going first. Let's see what happens here. Lots of jumps this stream, yeah. I feel like it's because it's the finale. Some things aren't even overlapping. Like, when I say not overlapping, I mean like here, up here in this part. I know this wasn't on stream, but like, if they're in the same location, their scenes just jump off of each other. It's Stanley. What's going on? What I'm about to tell you is mere conjecture on my part, but for now, let's assume I'm mostly on the right track. He took a deep breath and steeled his nerves. I think Halford is heading to the lab. He's planning on hitting it to destroy the antiviral. Are you serious? Tatena's voice was laced with apprehension. Yes, you need to turn back right away. I'll go to the lab with Kainan. The detective's only reply was silence. Did you hear me, Tateno? This is an opponent who's way out of your league. Turn back. I'll handle... I can't do that. Now Tateno's tone was calm and steady. My job is to get Maria to the lab as soon as humanly possible. Whether Alfred is coming or not doesn't change that. Don't be absurd! Even if you do have Kainan with you, you can't keep Maria safe and still win the fight that's coming. I'll give my own life to protect that girl if it comes down to it. Stanley could tell that he'd never overcome this degree of stubbornness. Fine, have it your way then. But I'm heading to the lab too. Whatever you do, do not let your guard down. Understood. The Tenno would be no match for Alfred. If the terrorist spotted the detective, he'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless. Instead, Stanley left the Tenno with one final warning. Okay, if you hesitate for a moment, he'll have you dead. Just keep Maria safe. Find some way to stall until I get there. Just keep Maria safe. That's your job. The Tenno hung up without saying anything. Stanley made it to his car, still parked on the roadside. Jumping in, he sped off towards the laboratory. Traffic had gotten pretty congested by the time he made it out into the main road. The chaos and panic from the area around Shibuya Station was starting to spread. Man, I'm so unsure if I'm on the right track. Especially since his conjecture came from my deductions. I'm so scared if I'm on the right track or if I'm wrong. Because there's so many jumps. That means if I'm wrong, we have to redo so many things. Stanley fought his way along the congested streets. Just as his aggravation was beginning to boil over, he finally arrived at the Okoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory. He could tell immediately that something was wrong. Oh shit! I'm late? Am I late? A plume of smoke was rising from one of the laboratory windows. It was thick and black, clearly the result of some fire of sorts. Stanley hopped out of the car, drawing his gun as he approached the door. He was about to make his way inside when a scent on the air stopped him in his tracks. The smoke carried a telltale odor of explosive residue. He hadn't made it on time. All his fears had come to pass. Maria, Osawa, Tateno, Kainan, they were all surely dead. And no doubt, the antiviral had either been stolen or incinerated. In all likelihood, moreover, viral samples from the lab had been dispersed by the explosion. Stanley cursed. He'd already inhaled some of the smoke. This really was the worst-case scenario. They'd been utterly defeated. Stanley called up Gordon to request backup for a sweep of the laboratory. No! He knew that it was already too late to change anything. Even so, Stanley would go through all the motions before he'd admitted defeat. Fuck! Ah! Complete failure. Me right now. Okay, I'm gonna take that Teteno jump, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna take the Teteno jump and see if he can stop it. It's either that, or maybe I fucked up when I told him what to do, right? I told him to protect Maria. Maybe I should have told him to just shoot him. I don't know. We'll see. Let's try the Teteno jump. Alright, Teteno, what the hell happened there? Did you guys really get caught in that? Once they made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. Teteno's phone rang. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. What I'm about to tell you is mere conjecture. Okay, this is the call we just had. His voice was filled with tension. Teteno braced himself for bad news. I think Alfred's heading to the lab. He's planning on hitting it to destroy the antiviral. There you go. Are you serious? It was even worse than he had feared. Alfred heading to the lab? Yes, you need to turn back right away. I'll go to the lab with Kainan. Is something wrong? Kainan asked, peering at him from the back seat. He couldn't hide the fact that he was trembling. She seemed perfectly calm, unfazed by the possibility of further complications. Perhaps she had already anticipated something like this happening. Do you hear me, Teteno? This is an opponent who's way out of your league. Turn back. I'll handle I can't do that. Okay, Teteno replied, managing to regain his composure. My job's to get Maria to the lab as soon as humanly possible. Whether Alfred's coming or not doesn't change that. Don't be absurd. Can't win? Oh, he's gonna flashback, is he? No, maybe Stanley was right. Almost certainly he was. But Teteno couldn't put Maria's life in danger by turning back in order to save his own. Kainan! Teteno glanced at the young woman in the back seat. Yes? If Alfred shows up, don't worry about protecting me. Just keep Maria safe. You got it. That was all Teteno needed to hear. I'll give my own life to protect that girl if it comes down to it, he told Stanley. Fine, have it your way then. But I'm heading to the lab too. Whatever you do, do not let your guard down. Understood? Teteno hung up. That was Stanley? Kainan asked. She'd probably already surmised the situation. Even so, she showed no signs of concern. Aw. At last, the minivan arrived at Akoshi Pharmaceutical. It's still in one piece. Teteno pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director, Teteno barked into the intercom. Open up. You haven't ever heard anything from Director Osawa, the security guard spat back. Moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous, Teteno scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then a car came racing towards him along the street. Osawa? The sound of screeching brakes filled the air and the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped from the driver's seat. Maria! He rushed over to Teteno and then to Maria where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Teteno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You've got to be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These are orders that come from Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Teteno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd climb the gate and break their way in? Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible, but he sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Teteno could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Oh shit. Huh? Why? Teteno and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief sotto voce exchange with the guard. What was that all about? Teteno asked. It, would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Teteno didn't have the time to wonder what that might mean. Has the lock been opened up for us as well? His smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No. She wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kainan replied. Ah, so you're Kainan. We should get you to the laboratory then. After checking to make sure there was nobody suspicious lurking nearby, Teteno headed into the laboratory with the others. Ooh, I'm nervous for this. Everything about this screams sus. It took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. Yeah, it's so sus. Also, wait, it's underground. The explosion fire thing was above ground. I wonder. The doors opened to reveal a long straight corridor. There was a door at the far end with a device for one side checking the IDs. Kainan approached the device, setting up the laptop she borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. She affixed a scrap of paper with Kenji Osawa's password written on one side of the monitor. She then connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. Teteno tried to contain his sense of urgency, focusing on keeping watch over Kainan as she worked. Kainan began to slowly tap away at the keyboard. Her screen displayed a series of numeric values that changed with each keystroke. She checked the changes carefully, timing the movements of her fingers according to some formula. The ID device let out a warning sound, and the display lit up. Incorrect password. The input had been rejected. Was this really going to work? Teteno felt his impatience growing. Osawa's face showed similar unease. Kainan turned to look at them. How many failed attempts are we allowed? 2, I believe, Osawa answered. After a third failed attempt, the storage area is locked down and can't be reopened without input from the full board of directors. Kainan had already resumed typing before he finished speaking. There's a very slight difference in power consumption from the device when it processes the correct password compared to an incorrect one. There's a minuscule difference in time where it takes to run the process as well. If I can analyze those and compare them... Oh my god, it's so gigabrain. Kainan's voice trailed off as she continued working. There was another warning sound. A second failed attempt. A single bead of sweat ran down Teteno's forehead, but Kainan didn't so much as bat an eyelash. Ah, I see. Her face remained full of confidence. It won't be a problem, she assured them. This isn't my first time with this type of mechanism. Slowly, one at a time, Kainan pressed key after key while keeping her eyes fixed on the laptop screen. With each keystroke, a waveform at the top of the screen, looking almost like an echocardiogram, read out, wobbled slightly. The laptop let out a tiny sound. A sequence of 10 characters appeared on the screen and Kainan read them off. Teteno jotted them down on his notebook and stepped up to the scanner to enter the twin passwords for Osawa and Tanaka. They got it! The door opened. Kainan let out a sigh of relief. Osawa gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Teteno felt a surge of relief as he watched the two of them go. Kainan, meanwhile, was fastidiously putting away her equipment. What do you think? Teteno asked her. About what? She asked, her gaze as serious as ever. About Alfred. Why hasn't he shown up? If what Stanley said was true, Alfred ought to be coming their way. It was both strange and unsettling that they'd been able to get inside without any interference. This isn't over yet, Teteno continued. Don't let your guard down until we know Alfred has been dealt with. Right. Kainan pulled out a pistol. You keep those two safe. I'll go check things out front. She got back into the elevator and headed up. Oh, I'm so nervous for this. Holy crap. Is this really safe? Left alone in the hallway, Teteno was enveloped by an eerie silence. He drew his gun from his holster and then went into the storage area to join Osawa and his daughter. Imagine if he was already there. I'm gonna go insane. His cane and the soles of his shoes echoed on the hard surfaces all around. If we walk in there and there's someone other than, you know, Osawa and Maria. At the end of the hallway, Tateno came to another door. He took up position there, determined to guard the two individuals inside. This was the only way in. If anyone was coming, they'd have to pass through here. Putting his back to the door, he let out a sigh. A great weight of exhaustion settled over him. Too much had happened over the past few hours. He recalled too many painful memories that had been long buried deep within his mind. And he realized that his whole life was rife with things he could never undo. If you're coming, then come on. Tateno aimed his gun at the empty corridor. Right now, he just needed to protect Maria. That had become his life's sole purpose. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps, man. I'm so nervous for this. It just... My guy, why did you... Never tempt fate. Tateno be like, yeah, if you're gonna show up, show up. Tempts fate. Explosion happens. Suddenly, the door that was in front of him was blown off its hinges with a tremendous explosion. The shockwave traveling down the corridor struck him an instant later. Tateno neither had the time to wonder what had happened, nor any chance to avert his fate. We just died. What the fuck? We just died. An unforeseen situation. Nande! Why did we die? I don't think Achi can do anything about this. But they're both at a bad ending. Oh my god, don't fucking tell me. Don't fucking tell me it's because like this, right? Wasn't it like who convinced Daisuke? And then if Maria didn't run. My god, did I make those wrong? Maybe they shouldn't go in at all, but there's no choice to go in or not, huh? It might be in Stanley's warning, right? Maybe Stanley can warn them properly. I don't know. The thing is, I don't know. Let me open the guide. Magic. A magic thing called Game FAQs. 18 o'clock to 20 o'clock? Holy shit. Walkthrough and guide? This should be it. Give me... There. So, where are we? So, the two people we've got have bad endings, mysterious explosion, right? And we have complete failure in unforeseen situation. Yeah, that's where we're at. And then that means... Hang on, this guide goes through all the bad endings. I have to process which is the correct answer. Okay. Bad ending, bad ending. Holy sh... There's so many fucking bad endings. Bad endings? Help? Why are there so many? I think this one thing I need to change. I don't know if this will change everything, but there's this one thing I do notice that is different. It's the answer to this one. What was he gonna do with Maria if he didn't? The answer is apparently he was gonna release her at some later time. There you go. If the lock wasn't broken, since he'd gone through the trouble of infecting her with the virus, it only made sense. And Stanley could only think of one reason to release an infected Maria. It turned Shibuya into ground zero for a pandemic that would sweep throughout all of Tokyo. A virus with a mortality rate of 100% would have spread throughout the region before anyone realized it. Stanley's deductions were important after all. Yeah, this is the only thing I could see. I don't know if I still fucked up the rest of it, but like, let's see. First, it would run through the circuit around Yamanote Line, and then if any infected happened to head to the airports in either Haneda or Narita, the virus would spread throughout Japan and the rest of the world in a matter of hours. But that hadn't come to pass. They had managed to secure Maria before she could develop symptoms and become infectious. Is that because we were better than Alfred? No, that can't be it. Alfred wasn't the sort to commit such indiscriminate acts of terror. The threat of the infection was spreading. Horrific as it was most likely just cover to hide some other scheme. But then what was the ultimate goal? Stanley didn't have enough clues to go on. Stanley made a way, stack of cardboard boxes. He spotted something that had fallen on the floor. It was a cell phone. Next to it was a woman's handbag. Stanley unzipped it. It held a jumble of makeup, tissues, and other personal effects, but nothing at all unusual. This must be Maria's bag. We didn't see this last time, though. He was going to have to find any clues here. It would have to be from the cell phone. He tried turning it on. There was no response. It appeared to be broken. "Let me see that," Daisuke said from behind him. "I'll see if I can fix it." "You think you can?" Stanley said as he handed it over. "I won't know until I try. But that sign out front saying I run an electronic shop isn't just for display." Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the image, swallowing the lump in his throat. It says 7:30 at the back. Wait! 7:30? It says 7:30 at the back. Wait a minute. Is that where we died? Wait, what is the picture? Yeah, what the fuck is the picture? Hello? Hello, how do we get... Why did we get kept out? Hello, Jack Stanley? Why are we kept out? What in the fuck? Where is this? What the hell do I do? Teteno changed though. Yeah, but it's because he cut off too. They both cut off. I have to jump to Stanley somehow? Who jumps to Stanley? That's not Stanley. I mean, this jumps to Stanley, but does this open it? Let me see. Let me try to take this jump. Will it open? Hey, wait. That's 18 o'clock. Right? That is not at 18 o'clock. Yeah, it's 18:25. Holy shit, I need a different jump. Oh, wait! This changed! Maybe this is the one. Wait a minute, this changed. We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet. Maybe this is what I have to do. I did jump to Stanley from here. Okay, shout came from Achi. Alright, we did go surround Palmer. Tough luck. We're not actually bystanders. Are we still gonna die though? We ain't scared of no virus. Tough looking man, radiated bravado. Okay, surrounded. Don't look like police. Okay, this is still the same. He's still really confident. Okay. Negotiations are at a close. Easy now. Okay, don't want that. What a shame. We're still gonna die, aren't we? But wait, even if we die here, at least I'll get the jump. Is that maybe? Maybe that's the difference. Watch out. Okay, catch them, and we're still gonna freaking die. Okay, fanned out, positioning themselves as best they could to intercept the following die. Actually, we didn't instantly die. Okay. Intercept the falling vials. Likewise, prepared to catch one that was heading straight towards him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Oh shit, it is different! We didn't just freaking die! It didn't blow up! Oh my god, that's different. Okay. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There was only one right call here. And he needed to make it. Well, if SOS is all dropping, right? If SOS is all dropping, maybe we can run after him? Let's try? Question mark? Get back here! He had to chase after Palmer. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Calling upon all his rugby training. Oh my god. He broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. He got him! Immediately, at last, he drew it in striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Oof. Palmer went down flailing and hit the pavement hard. Even then, he tried to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. Tell me the password, Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. You made the wrong choice. Oh shit. What? Wrong choice? The UA is out now. Now nobody can be saved. You've just killed everyone in the city. No, Kano shot back. Nobody's going to die. And what makes you so sure of that? The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus really had been in those vials, you could have never hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless. Palmer said nothing, which means that there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you time to escape. Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. Is he right, though? Oh, he was right. The look on his face confirmed the detective's hunch. But more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who was putting his life on the line. My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes? I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die. Tateno. In the back of his mind, Kano replayed the moment Tateno, doused in gasoline, marched into that financial office to talk to a would-be arsonist. Now then, the password, the dictum, it continues to save us. Give it to me now. Kano tightened his grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. Let me have Hitomi Osawa's blood. That was our original deal. Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it would be impossible to strike a deal without Kainan. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast for ideas. And then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned on an accident nearby. Wait, what? Is this really the time? Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle, creating a broad dark puddle on the pavement. Kano took out his handcuffs and cuffed Palmer's arm to his own. Come with me. Jerking his captive back to his feet, Kano led him over to the car. Oh shit. Then, without hesitation, he sat down in the pool of gasoline. Oh shit. It's the Tateno moves! Yanking on the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Oh shit. Kano pulled a lighter from his pocket. Palmer snorted. And just what's this supposed to be, Tell me the password. Or else what? You'll light the gas? You'll be burned to crisp yourself. Yeah, probably. Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. What the hell are you thinking? A smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down at him. Oh shit! I have 3 options. Just want to know the password, getting revenge for my partner. Even if I die, my friends will avenge me. No, Sasayama! You know what? I'm gonna go hard. We're gonna go hard. We're already bluffing to hell, right? Like, if we light this fire, even if he says the password, what are we gonna do? We're gonna burn to death. Yeah, let's actually go for revenge. You know what? I'll remember you, Sasayama. Getting revenge for my partner. Kano thought back to the sight of Sasayama sprawled out and bleeding on the pavement. Thanks to this man's scheme, his partner was now teetering on the brink of death. Alfred should pay for that. Ooh, scary. Calmly, Kano flicked the lighter on. You can't be serious. Homer's eyes fixated on the tiny flicker of flame. The password. You value your life so little? The password! In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day. Oh shit. Dick Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Oh my gosh. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. And yet, he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow, and the world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt. Here, in the midst of this life-or-death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on the point of weakness and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped, perceptibly. Now Kano was certain of it. This was a man who had never put his life on the line before. Shizuo's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind, but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Oh my gosh. Let me go. Promise to let me go and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. All right, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. The password first. His voice was a strangled snarl. Palmer gave him the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. Oh my gosh. He made it. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. And as he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Is this what gets Stanley out of his keep out? It is! It is! Okay, we're making progress. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. But Osawa didn't answer. Kano guessed immediately something was amiss. Detective! Hachi's voice was full of worry. I've got Stanley on the line! He says the detective's a Tenno. No! Fuck's sake! Hooray! Oh my god! Right as the music starts playing. Kano didn't get to hear the rest of Achi's words. A thunderous blast hurled him onto the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. But that only confused Kano further. This captive had already given up the password. What would prompt him to set off the bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. We're dead again. Sekai wa sore demo. It's still a mysterious explosion. Okay, well, maybe we can get out of it using the jump, right? I'm gonna go through, like, if I want to 100% this game, I think I need to get all of the bad endings, but I know we haven't been doing that. So, man, backtracking this is gonna be hell. Okay, Stanley here. Stanley, hang in there. What is the picture you saw? Are we actually gonna see it? Turning his attention back to the handbag, he searched it more thoroughly and found the photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photo of Maria, standing next to another young girl. Something was written in marker on the back. 7:30. Me and Kainan, 7/30. Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like Kainan, who had been here at Endo Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tateno just a few minutes ago. Oh no. Could it be? Could it be that the Kainan we have is a fake? It's a fake! It could be Alfred! Oh my god, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps! Okay. Oh my god. This can't be. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kainan, then who was she? That's why Kainan never shows her face in the flashback. Oh my god, you're right. That's why she's always in the darkness. Because I was like, why are we blocking it? We know who she is, but apparently this is the reason. No. Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be... Was she Alfred? The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. Assuming Alfred were masquerading as Kainan, the whole sequence of events would suddenly begin to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her. And at long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alfred's plan. Her goal was to get the antiviral. But extracting the DDS from Hitomi's blood wasn't enough. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug in their laboratory. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it, which meant that, in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alfred also needed to destroy Okoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alfred's scheme went something like this. Have Maria Osawa kidnapped, then infected with the UA virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Osawa had learned Maria had been infected, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But for this, he'd needed his partner Tanaka to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That's why Alfred was masquerading as Kainan. Kainan was Maria's friend and an expert at hacking passwords. If she could secure Osawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alfred, in the guise of Kainan, had saved Hitomi's life repeatedly. Getting Hitomi to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alfred going to destroy the lab? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting into the Okoshi facility. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best as I could at any rate. Looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever data was on it is all gone. I see. Stanley took out the phone and put it in his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alfred with what he already had. That's why we died! Because we didn't see this photo before, but now we did, and now we can warn Tateno and say, "Ayo, that Alfred, that's not Kainan." Holy shit. My god. Oh my god, it's so giga brain, it kinda hurt my head for a bit there. Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. You need to go to the scramble without... Okay, this is that same conversation, but this time he's like, something else has come up and I have to see it. Hated having to do this. He wished he could explain anything. Alfred would pick up on it. Keep his companions in the... It's the same conversation, but this time he's confident. Earlier, he was like, I don't really know. But this time he's like, I know. Wish I could tell you more? It's alright. Thumbs up. And then flashback to his brother. Okay, let's noom by the things we've already seen. Okay. Alright, Stanley. Oh yeah, in his flashback. Oh, I got a... We didn't have this earlier. We didn't have a glossary for the University of Chicago. But it's the same flashback. Okay. It's just a sign that we're on the right track, isn't it? Okay, listen to me, Frank. You're my brother and I care about you. I want you to do something you're proud of. Alright, Jack, I hear you and thanks. There you go. Promise me one thing, we'll have a beer with me. Alright, there you go. Aw, in that smile he still saw a little of Frank. Alright, we're on the call again. Tateno, take 2. Please. Is Tateno even on a keep out? No, he's not. Listen carefully, your life might depend on it, he said as soon as Tateno picked up. He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly since Alfred was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should say yes or no. He told Tateno to respond with "that's right" to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alfred from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Kanan. Tateno sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, you'll need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Will do, Tateno replied. So he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. The detective's affirmation was firm. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her get inside that lab. That's right. Alright. There we go. Tateno was no match for Alfred. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tateno with one final warning. Thank you for the Hydrate Posture Check and Stretch. It's this same thing again. Well, now that I know what we're up against, I'm going with this one. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Tateno hung up without saying anything. Oh boy. The area around Dogenzaka was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert, and people on the street were milling around uneasily, unsure what was going on. Main roads had been blocked off, and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned in the curb, an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the Scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please, stay safe. And don't you dare die on me. Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made it into his car, still parked on the roadside and fortunately beyond the blocked-off area. Jumping in, he sped off towards the laboratory. Let's go. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the Scramble? A call came in from Tateno. Stanley here. He picked up quietly, but as he did, he wondered. Why was Tateno calling him? Alfred was right there. There was no way the detective should be risking a phone call. What's going on? Tateno said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. Still, Tateno didn't reply. What if it's not Tateno? Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink in the water. Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me! The call cut out. Stanley hurriedly dialed Tateno's number but couldn't get through. Something had gone badly wrong, he was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant in thinking he might be a match for Alfred? His worries turned to the team at the Scramble. What if they'd walked into a trap? Figuring that it would be too dangerous to call Kano in the middle of negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Achi. Are you for real? So that's why Stanley was on the phone with Achi. Okay. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? To Stanley's relief, it sounded like things at down at the Scramble had gone well enough, so he asked Achi to put him on the phone with Kano. Yeah, give me a sec, the young man said. Detective! Achi could hear Achi shouting on the other end. I've got Stanley on the line. He said the detective to Tenno. There was a sudden tremendous boom, and the call cut out. Stanley's jaw dropped. He felt his mind emptied out by despair. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't even get himself to scream. All he could do was curse inwardly, again and again. Cool, whoa, this music! Stanley slammed his fist into the steering wheel as hard as he could. He did it again and again and again and again and again and again and again. He didn't even stop when his fists were marred with blood. Aw, Stanley, it happened again. Feel bad for him. Call cut short. Oof. You hate to see it. Oh, it's just minutes away from where Achi is right now. But the Tenno first. What the hell happened here? Oh yeah, this is Kajiwara's cooperation. So that's when Kajiwara was the one who got the blockade out for us. Yeah. Let's go through it normally. We've already seen this one. Taking her to Akoshi Pharmaceutical. Thought he'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. Kajiwara, please survive this though. You were so cool. Help Maria. Made a promise to her father. Keep that promise for you. Thank you. Crashed headlong into the barricade. There's no way you come out uninjured. I'm sorry, Kajiwara. Oh man. All the action coming up in one part is just like, it's driving me insane. Where's the Tenno's keep out again? Is it Kano? No, that's Achi. That's Stanley and Achi. That's Kano. Brother, that's Stanley. Help? That's Achi again. Oh my god. Top 10, I cannot fucking remember how to jump them. Oh, there! What the hell? Okay. There we go. Teteno. Get out of it. Please. Such a confusing web now. Yeah, there's so many jumps. I can't find which one's which. Okay, once they made it past Shibuya Station, the road's relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. The phone rang again. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. Listen carefully, your life may depend on it. I'm gonna ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say that's right. If it's no, reply with will do. For a moment, Teteno was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized that there was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment's thought. That ought to lead Stanley to know he understood the first code. Is Kanan with you right now? That's right. That Kanan is an imposter. Teteno gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She's Alfred. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back. Now. Teteno struggled to come to terms with what he just heard. He glanced at Kanan through the rear view window. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Was this all really an act on her part? If so, why? There was only one possible reason. If Kanan really was Alfred, then she'd had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. Wait, hold on. Kanan was Maria's friend, wasn't she? He told me I'd said as much herself. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like, and since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Kanan. Or did it? When Kanan showed up on the roof of the South Hill, making her surprise attack on Teteno, Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at Endo Electronics' workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Teteno felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was now sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hitomi? Shouldn't she have known what Kanan looked like? Teteno tried to remember what Hitomi had said. I just met her for the first time today. Yeah. If they'd never met each other before today, then maybe Hitomi didn't know what the real Kanan looked like. That was the only explanation that made sense. Hey, Teteno, are you still with me? Stanley sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Even if Kanan really was Alfred, Teteno had to keep heading towards that lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right, no was will do. Will do, he said. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right, Teteno affirmed. Alright then, guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Teteno hung up. Who was that? Kanan asked. Teteno felt his heart skip a beat. That was Kuze, the cop from earlier. He tried to keep his voice as low level as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Ah, okay, Kanan muttered, sounding disinterested. Teteno could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like the specter of death himself was breathing down his neck. Eee. Scary. At last, the minivan arrived at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Teteno pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was the intercom for connecting to the security room. Okay, you've already heard the details from the director. Open up. They're gonna say no. Alright. Laboratory on lockdown. Okay, this is the same as earlier. The car comes racing along, and it's Kenji Osawa. Okay. Maria. Thank goodness she hasn't gone symptomatic. Why aren't people being allowed in? They're not. And then he explains. That's ridiculous. Same story. And then I will call so that they'll let him in. Oh man. I'm kinda wondering what kind of choices I'm gonna have to make. How do I prevent the explosion at the scramble? That's what's getting me. Dangerous, yeah. We're also in like a really bad like matchup situation. Because it seems like Alfred's super strong. And then Teteno is like, he's got a cane, so he's not as strong. And he's got a disadvantage. Okay, I have a message from Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom with a breeze. Okay, they had a short exchange. What was that all about? My wife was able to pull some strings for... Oh! After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart. Even if it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not Ai's real daughter, it had turned out that the time that she had spent living together had sowed the first seeds of a familial bond. Aww. Okay, we don't have the final luck. Let's regroup inside for now. Who's gonna be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Okay, we should get you to the laboratory then. Kanan followed. Ooh boy. If Kanan really was Alfred, Teteno couldn't let her in that lab. But without getting the lock open, there was no way of saving Maria. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? But if she's the only one who can hack it, right? If she's the only one who can hack it, it might as well let her hack it and then turn against her. That's what I think. Because what time is it? Stanley is still on the way. Where's Stanley? Why is Stanley? Where is he? Oh, he was here. Stanley's still like 15 minutes away. Oh shit, I didn't have to. Anyways. Let's let her in first. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. It's an easy thing to change anyway. Tateno had made up his mind. Something the matter? Osawa asked warily. No, it's nothing. Then if you would be so kind. Osawa led the way. Keinan and Tateno followed him into the storage facility. Took about 20 seconds to reach the first basement level. Evidently fairly deep underground. The doors revealed a long straight corridor. Okay. This is the same thing where she kept a hand on his holster as he watched her work. This one's slightly different. Keinan slowly tapped away at the keyboard. Numeric values changed with each keystroke. Doing her formula. Let out a warning sign. Incorrect password. Okay, they're both impatient. How many failed attempts allowed? 2. Third will lock it down. Okay, is explaining how she does it. Okay. Another warning sound. A second failed attempt. A single bead of sweat ran down Tateno's forehead, but Keinan didn't bat an eyelash. Okay. No problem. Okay, let out a tiny sound. Read them off. Tateno jotted them down in his notebook and headed over to the scanner to enter the twin passwords for Osawa and Tanaka. Okay. Surely there's gonna be a choice here. There's definitely gonna be a choice here. The door opened. Keinan let out a sigh of relief. Osawa gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Get out. Here we go. As soon as Osawa and his daughter were out of view, Tateno drew his pistol. Keinan arched an eyebrow. What do you think you're doing? Just get out of here. Tateno pointed the barrel of his gun at Keinan's face. Silently, she did as he was told, turning and walking towards the elevator, and followed a few paces behind. She gave no hint of resistance. Now Tateno needed to let Stanley know they'd successfully opened the laboratory door. He pulled out his cell phone as he followed her into the elevator. As soon as he did, Keinan pressed herself flush against the wall. Whoa! The explosion was in the corridor! No, what? Sent Tateno careening off balance and slammed into the elevator wall. The elevator doors drew slowly closed, and then the cab began to rise upwards. The impact had broken several of his ribs. Blood rose up to his throat and filled the inside of his mouth. He felt his grip on his conscience fading, but he managed to flip open his cell phone. Stanley, please. Pick up. He jabbed his thumb on the call button. Stanley here, what's going on? Oh, this is why he couldn't say anything. Because he was passing out. It was too late for Tateno to even hear Stanley's voice. Oof. A wordless warning. What if I don't let her in? What if I don't let her in? Sad, yeah. If she has an explosive setup already, if I don't let her in, then it would be better. We'll fare a little better, I guess. Couldn't get anywhere until Stanley got there. Tateno knew exactly what he needed to do. What's the matter? Sawa turned. A look of confusion at both of them had stopped in their tracks. We'll wait out here, Tateno said. But, I mean, isn't Keinan the one who's going to hack into the password? There's been a slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. Alright. We don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long. With Maria in his arms, and worried look on his face, Osawa hurried through the gate and disappeared from view. What do you think you're doing? Kainan asked, stiffening as Teteno nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. You're Alfred, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's no use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof. Oof, am I dead? Again? Oh shit! Standoff. She cartwheeled away at blinding speed, too quick for Teteno to keep a bead on her. By the time she'd righted herself, she had already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in a stare-down, weapons aimed at one another. Then, Kainan's phone rang, and she reached to answer it. Don't move, Teteno roared. Did you forget about the plan? That might be Hitomi calling. I don't care. Don't you move. If Kainan was really Alfred, the whole plan might be a sham. Teteno kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kainan let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yes, it's possible. But I need to make sure we avoid the worst-case scenario. If you don't let me into the lab, who's going to hack the password? We've got your little decoy. My friends will be able to get the fake Alfred to cough up the password. Once her phone had stopped ringing, Kainan sighed again. And what about Stanley then? Oh, it's another jump. Is he on his way here? Who knows, Teteno said. At that, Kainan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. What is it with the villains? The villains in this series, The villains in this game, not series, my bad. They're all so confident. In everything. Even though it seems like we're screwed. Kainan flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Teteno adjusted his aim, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. I'm going to call Hitomi and have her clear up these suspicions you have about me. We don't have time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Kainan stared back at Teteno, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. This might actually be the trigger, right? For the explosion. We did hear the ringtone of Hitomi go off. We can't let her call. Stop. This is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Kainan shook her head and put her phone away. Ayakamigi's the reason Shibuya exploded. It's because they set her ring as the ringtone. If you're really Alfred, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Teteno said. I'm guessing you already gotten it from Tanaka. Which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Kainan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is that the antiviral is still in Hitomi Osawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alfred or something? Yes, that's right. Teteno couldn't be certain, but he couldn't think of any other way. Kainan let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alfred, she said. Alfred keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of his plans. That's how he's able to pull off all of his schemes by himself. He would never solicit help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kainan's, but they also seemed like they were Alfred's. With his gun still at the ready, Teteno got out his phone and called Kano. The young detective was quick to pick up. Detective Teteno? What's going on? You need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Hurry! Yes, sir! Once he'd gotten Kano's confirmation, Teteno hung up. That's Kano's keep out, okay. And now, your little plan has been foiled, Teteno said. Kainan snorted. Has it now? If I really am Alfred, then all I need to do is eliminate you here and head right on to that lab. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. She's got the creepy smile up right now. Teteno might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, trying his best to mask any sign of weakness. You're the one who doesn't have your gun at the ready. I don't need my gun, Kainan said simply. And why's that? Because you can't shoot me. What's that supposed to mean? Kainan glared sharply at Teteno. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. "Don't move," he warned. Tateno said, "No, I'm not gonna give... Don't try anything funny, I'll make sure you regret it." I can't show a bit of weakness that he might not do it, right? That's exactly what she wants. He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. "You can't shoot me." Kainan took another step closer. "You're still traumatized from the time you let your friend's wife die." Okay, come on, man, just shoot. She's not supposed to know that. How do you know about that? Tateno was shaking now, his aim wavering. "I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that roof." That's right, she had been there. "Let me test my theory out." Kainan pointed her index finger at her own heart. "If you think I'm Alfred, then shoot me, right here." Huh? The corner of her mouth twisted up. "You can't do it, can you?" Tateno's hand shook all the more. "You're afraid to pull the trigger." Come on! Why are you afraid to pull the trigger now after all those times that we fucking killed me in the bad endings? You killed me so many times and now you're afraid to pull the trigger? Come on, Tateno! What is this? The boss when he's your enemy and then the boss when he's your party member? What the Come on, man! It was as if her words were a spell that she was casting over him. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Tateno shook his head violently back and forth, but he couldn't get Kainan's words out of his head. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. That's what Stanley had said. And he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alfred. A sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. Pull it! There was a horrid visceral sound. Gastric fluids rushed up Tateno's throat as he pitched forward onto his hands and knees and vomited on the spot. The sensation of pulling the trigger. The recoil in the wake of the shot. It was exactly as it had been all those years ago. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'll probably never be able to. Where were you even aiming? The voice had come from right in front of him. Oh no! Kainan looked to see Kainan standing right there. His heart began hammering like mad. This was the end. He braced himself for oblivion even as his body cried out to survive. There was a dull roar of a gunshot. And then silence. No! No, Tateno one last shot. No! It's because he was traumatized. No. No. Well, Stanley's not stuck right now, right? Let's go, Stanley. Maybe Stanley can help us. Kano and Achi, let's leave them be first. Kano and Achi are gonna be getting Hitomi to safety. Stanley first. He's on the way to the lab, right? We need Stanley to help. We need him to help. Maybe Stanley can make a choice that will help Tateno, like, survive. I don't know. Alright, here we go. He's gonna be on the way. He's not gonna have any problems with the blockade. Oh yeah, he's on a keep out. Okay. Was it in Tateno? There it is, Stanley. This is a very difficult position to be in. There you go. Stanley, please help. Please help Tateno. Alright, there you go. It's night. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, what was the objective of the fake who had been sent to the scramble? Probably... Oh my god, this is like important though, whenever Stanley makes his deductions. It's probably a decoy She's definitely not gonna get Hitomi's blood. It's either a decoy or the terrorism. One or two of those. Probably decoy though. Let's go with that safest thing. Surely that was the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction. Alfred had to be careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd associated with in the past. That's precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age and sex and nationality, they had all been unknown. It was unthinkable that she'd allowed this decoy, who was almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Hitomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alfred likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, but as long as some of it remained in Hitomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly over it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted out loud. He suddenly realized what Alfred hoped to accomplish at the scramble. He meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. The question was how. Beginning with the bombings in Chicago, Alfred had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. It was likely that she'd opt for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the scramble herself, so how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something she'd said or done earlier? Think. Try to remember. Think. And try to remember. If he didn't do something, everyone at the scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. Yes, at the scene of the minivan. A cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant though. Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alfred and Hitomi. The two had called each other cell phones. Alfred hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. She'd been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. That was it! The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music, and the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy, Alfred. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Achi. Stanley dialed Achiendo's number. Please don't let me be too late. He muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Achi was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? Fuck's sake! I just want to help Teteno, and then I have to go through everyone else. Okay, then, Teteno, you're gonna have to wait for a bit. Hawkman. Oh, unless this is Stanley. But I've been rejecting Achi so far, right? I've been neglecting his jump, haven't I? Let's see first. This is when he gets the thing, right? Oh, no. That was from earlier. Oh, but okay. Okay, fine. Let's go through this for a bit. Osawa picked up. It's Kano. I have the password. Are you serious? Osawa blurted in shock. Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? Yes. 59FBAI4QL1. As he passed along the alphanumeric sequence, Kano kept his eyes on Palmer. The man glanced back at him with the expression of bitter defeat. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Is it right, though? It's right! At last, Osawa's excited voice came through. That did it! It opened! The lock opened! Kano let out a deep breath of utter relief. Huh, Palmer snorted. You really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of one girl? I suppose it's the Japanese way to forget the pain that's been visited upon you. But it's not over. The bloodshed will continue, all over the world. Women, children, the elderly, innocent, all will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side. Is that right? Kano drove his fist into Palmer's face. There was no such thing as absolute justice. That kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. Well, This sure is quite the mess. Yo? Kuze! Whirling around in surprise, Kano saw Kuze standing there. Director Kuze! He bowed his head apologetically. He may have apprehended the criminal mastermind, but only because he'd ignored a direct order to place Maria under quarantine. I'm sorry, sir, but Save the apology, Kuze interrupted. You're the one who solved the case. You did good, kid. Once again, Kano bowed, this time even more deeply. And one more thing, Kano. Yes, sir? Sasayama has regained consciousness. I thought you'd like to know. Let's go! Sasayama, they were able to save him? I got a call from the hospital. Looks like he's gonna pull through. That's great. Really great news. Tears of relief came to Kano's eyes. And if Osawa was able to get the lock at the lab open, they should have also been able to get Maria with the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kano dragged Palmer to his feet and then undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. It's not over yet though, Kano! Is Kano ending? Kano be like, my work here is done, and then the rest of us are still struggling. Well, it would be one less thing to jump around from. The metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. It was all finally over. It really had been quite a day, Kano reflected. Beyond all the challenges he'd face, he'd come face to face with his own shortcomings. And now he knew what a long way he had to go to be the man he wanted to be. But at least, he'd learned what it truly meant to be a detective. Kuze was muttering to himself nearby. I mean, you don't even look alike, but... The director shook his head and cleared his throat. You know, Kano, for a second there, you look just like Tateno. Really, sir? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's words were the finest praise he could have asked for. Someday he hoped he might really be a detective like Tateno. No, he decided that he would be. Until then, he wouldn't give up on that dream. It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. What the hell, this is actually really inspiring with the emotional music. Kano looked up at the sky. The neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes. Aww. It's gonna fucking say end. Oh no, it's a keep out. What the hell? It's still a keep out. It's not even to be continued. Bro, it had all the makings of ending or keep out, or to be continued, and then it was keep out. We're not saved. There is no save here. We're not safe. What about this? Is this the Achi jump? This is the Achi jump we wanted. Alright. Kano, you keep out first. Achi jump that. Let's go. Achi jump time. Oh my god, I'm getting confused. Everything is keep out. Okay, was this guy Alfred? The man who arrived in front of Hitomi began speaking to her. Hitomi, Maria, even Achi's father. This guy must be the one who was responsible for everything. Achi felt a pressing urge to flatten him right then and there. Still, he knew he couldn't blow his cover until Kano gave the signal. Suppressing his raw emotions, he readied himself for action. Whoa! No. Protect Hitomi first, okay? Protect Hitomi. Can't let anything happen to her. Don't lose your cool, my guy. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Freeze! Suddenly, Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Achi dashed for Hitomi as fast as he could. He cut in between Kano and Alfred, quickly pulling Hitomi out of danger. Hitomi! Kano shouted. Call K9 again! Shielded by Achi now, she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. But some time passed and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble on K9's head? Looking increasingly worried, Hitomi tried calling several more times. Then Alfred withdrew some strange vials from the attache case he'd brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card then. Kano and Alfred were having some sort of debate. Achi couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were clearly running high. Kano hesitantly lowered his gun. Alfred flashed a haughty, confident grin. I don't need this one, right? Yeah. We passed 9:05. Kano is on 9:15? No, 9... Wait a minute! Kano is on 9:05. What the fuck? Maybe that's the one, but later. Looks like it's time for a trump card. Susumu! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. At his signal, the gang emerged from the crowd, moved in en masse to hem Alfred in. Surrounded. Now the terrorist was visibly at a loss. You certainly don't look like police. Achi and Kano trading the spotlight turn? Yeah. Maybe that's just for this area. I don't think that was the right keep out yet. I think. Okay, I could be wrong. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. As he spoke, he made sure to keep Hitomi shielded behind him. The pain in his leg was getting worse and worse, and he tried his utmost not to let it show. There is no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Alfred grimaced at Achi's words. Our negotiations are at a close. Why did he still seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. This is a bluff. This is a bluff. I feel like it's a bluff. I think that's the right thing to say. He knows he can't get away. His only chance would be to try to spread the virus around and take off while everyone is distracted, which meant they needed to grab the guy and be done with it. Enough of the high and mighty act, Susumu shouted. Evidently, he shared Achi's opinion. He began to stomp towards Alfred, but he didn't reach him in time. You know, I'm not gonna lie. If Alfred's whole thing was like, it's gonna trigger as long as it hears that specific piece of music. And as you can see, Aya Kamiki's got a blimp in the sky. She's in the poster. She's in the TV screens. Why bet on this? I just wonder, right? What if it just set off outside of your plan? Like, what if there was an ad for her song or her album or concert or something? What the heck, man? It could have been anyone. Anyone could have had that ringtone. And then you were betting on one specific, very, very specific use case. That's pretty nuts. Okay, catch him. Achi gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. The vials seemed to almost vanish against the backdrop of the evening sky. How many of them had this guy even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. And if even one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all. Spinning around amidst the chaos, Achi saw Susumu catch one vial deftly. Many of the other gang members appeared to have done the same. One more! Over there! The desperate shout had come from Hitomi. She spotted a vial sailing in a high arc away from all the SOS members. Damn it! Achi launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, but the falling vial was so far away. Yeah! It was now or never. He threw himself into a headfirst slide. He did it! Nice catch! The gang members broke out into a cheering applause. Achi got to his feet and looked around, but there was no sign of either Kano or Alfred. Achi, if you're looking for the detective, Susumu gestured with his chin. Achi looked and saw Kano far away across the scramble, chasing after Alfred. Soon, both men were lost in the crowd. Achi would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. What's up, G? Hello! So Jerry, welcome. I'm guessing the bomb doesn't trigger from the music sound, but from a specific phone being called. Yeah, maybe it's the phone signal itself. It would be a bit too, it would be a bit too risky if it was just the song. It could have played from anyone, anywhere, given her popularity in the game lore right now. Me when a band merch is being given out for free at a concert. We're counting on you. Let's go. And welcome to Jerry. Thank you for dropping by. Hope you're doing well. Are we in a keep out again? I fucking knew. No, no, no. I think it's Stanley calling Achi, right? This one's gotta be it. 9:05. It's about roughly the same time. Achi. My brain is like... My brain is the one that's becoming the Shibuya Scramble here. So many things are happening. Okay. There you go, Achi. Get back in action. We're not done here. Kano looks so happy! Eventually, Achi spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looks like he'd gotten Alfred to cough up the password, implying it isn't already a Shibuya Scramble. Thank goodness. Finally. Some really good news. Now Hitomi and Maria were both safe. No, not yet! Not yet, my guy! You fool! My fool! Thinks that we're good! Chimernyan Scramble, bro. A surge of relief ran through Achi's body. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. That must be the keep out of Stanley. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? How did the negotiations go? Achi quickly filled him in on the good news. The detective caught Alfred. He got him to give the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. For a moment, Achi's head swam. This isn't over yet? Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, shut up and listen, Stanley barked. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Absolutely true. Turn off her phone. What for? Was Stanley serious or was he just messing with him? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Achi's voice squeaked into a falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alfred's planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alfred at the same time. Eliminate both Hitomi and his own decoy? Why would he do that? Even if the guy who captured was just a fake, then who was the real Alfred? He couldn't wrap his head around it, and the more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess, just like me. First, turn off that cell phone. Then, go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now he just needed to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't even have time to make sense of the situation. Hanging up, he called out to Hitomi. Hitomi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling out her phone from the pocket, she switched the power off. Whew, okay. That's one immediate danger out. Then Achi turned to Kano's direction. Detective, he shouted. Kano was looking towards him, seemingly aware that something was amiss. Detective, that's not the real Alfred. He's a fake. A fake? Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alfred's planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alfred and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Achi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter, it would have to be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Did you just yell that in a crowded area? Yeah, but the crowd is mostly our guys anyway, so it's all good. Keep thinking of the Toyota Alfred, that's a thing? Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area and didn't see any place that seemed plausible. Don't tell me the statue. Kano made his way over to Hitomi. Pardon me, miss. I just need to search you real quick. Wait, had Hitomi been planted with a bomb? Achi, keep an eye on this guy, Kano said. If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out. Okay, sure thing. Oh, the Alfred's a minivan or a van itself. Oh man. Well, good. I guess that's why we have so many minivans. We have so many minivans here, huh? I guess it's a reference to Toyota Alfred. Unless I'm wrong and then the Toyota Alfred came out after this. I don't know when it was released. Achi took up the watch over decoy Alfred. The guy was handcuffed, but he was still a diabolical terrorist. Achi knew he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He kept a close eye on the fake, ready to knock him out cold at the first sign of mischief. Meanwhile, Kano continued to search Hitomi. Did you buy all of the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself? Yes, most of them. The ring I got is from my sister. What about your clothes? Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn. I see. Then, as Kano continued his search, he cried out suddenly in realization. He told me, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb. Oh, her cell phone itself? He told me hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Kano. Achi looked on in alarm as he realized the detective was going to turn on the phone. Stop! Don't turn that thing on! Kano froze at Achi's sudden shout. Why not? The detective quirked a quizzical eyebrow. I don't know, it's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off. The blood drained visibly from Kano's face. Pulling out his own cell phone, Kano dialed up the police. He launched into a discussion involving a lot of cop jargon that made no sense to Achi. But one thing seemed clear. He told me his phone itself might be the bomb. How'd they get it into her phone itself, huh? They made a Toyota company IRL to reference the game. Okay, yeah, probably they were referencing the Toyota thing. She got a Samsung, oh no. But wait, Achi found himself doubting the phone bomb idea. If Hitomi hadn't brought her cell phone with her, what would have happened then? Would that just mean there's no explosion here? He didn't buy it. Surely Alfred would have thought of a way to eliminate Hitomi and the decoy crook, whether she had her phone or not. It's too worrying a prospect to ignore. Achi waited impatiently for Kano to hang up and then asked, well, what do we do? For now, just let me handle this. We don't know when this thing might explode. You guys get out of here. Really? Okay, we're just leaving it there? Kano sat this cell phone down on the ground and started to put some distance between himself and it. Achi followed along after him, dragging the fake Alfred along. We still blew up! We still fucking blew up anyway! God damn it, was it timed also? How did we still freaking blow up? What the f... Suddenly there was a tremendous boom and a furious impact that ripped through Achi's body. I knew it, Achi thought as he lay crumpled on the pavement. He told me his cell phone was powered off, so it couldn't have been a bomb. Something else must have exploded instead. Been blown up like 10 times now? I know, right? It's the last thought Achi ever had. Buildings are collateral and Achi, I get... Oh my god, man! The bomb explodes. No! My god! What the fuck? Wait. How are we struggling to get through 10 minutes of this thing? I'd be like, yeah, let's aim to finish the game in this stream. Holy shit, with how many times we've jumped back and forth, I feel like it's not gonna happen. Okay, Stanley. Curse of explosive diary, bruh. Alright, here we go. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Achi was quick to pick up. Oh wait. Detective called him. Got him to give the password. Wait, this is the call I got to do. This isn't the keep out that I had. Or will it let me continue? Tell me what to do. Oh no, it's going. You need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. What for? Pretty sure there's a bomb somewhere near your location. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. Bomb? Achi's voice squeaked into a falsetto. That guy that Kano apprehended is a decoy. The real Alfred's planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alfred at the same time. Stanley didn't have the time to explain that Kainan was Alfred. Besides, it would only confuse the matter all the more at this point. First, turn off that cell phone. Then, go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Achi hung up. Hopefully the team at the Scramble would be able to pull through. It's not happening, Stanley. We're not pulling through. Now, Stanley needed to focus on capturing Alfred. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. Oh no. There'd been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble. Ever since that day, since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alfred. He would never forget the rage he felt at having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking civilians. But all the while, he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. He'll be fine. Backup will definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself, but the doubts still gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. He felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Ah, thank God. Frank's going to be alright. But he had no chance to relish that thought. Oof. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled back around, staring in horror at the place his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. Aww. A later investigation would reveal that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never been linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. Alfred had deceived them, using a visible timer to lull them into the false sense of security. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come at the cost of his brother's life. Had he made the best decisions he really could have made? He was still asking himself the same question over and over, even now. But no matter how much he blamed himself, it wouldn't bring Frank back. If there was one thing he could do for his own brother, it was getting revenge on Alfred with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alfred ever since, and he would stoop to any level for information without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all, to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd even stop hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headlong into any danger if he sensed Alfred's presence. Even his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaws onto his quarry's throat if he behaved like prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He must cast aside his humanity and would become a blood-stained beast if it improved his chances at the hunt. For the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alfred had become his only purpose. The Xianzhou would be proud. So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years had flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye. As he came back to the moment, he marveled at his own ferocity, at the depth of the wound he'd suffered. These two sound about literally the same. They sound like literally the same choice, but this one doesn't. Let's see. If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alfred wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see it now, the revenge was an absurd goal. His heart still churned deep and dark with resentment. Thanks, bro. Okoshi Pharmaceutical Lab finally came into view. A large billow of black smoke was rising from one of the building's windows. Stanley felt a chill. Man, are you freaking kidding me again? We freaking died? Tateno. Oh shit! Tateno got shot. We took too fucking long. The detective was sprawled out face down on the ground outside the laboratory gate, his gun still in hand. Blood pooled around his head. He had been shot at close range. Death would have been instantaneous. All too late, Stanley felt the full weight of his mistake. Tateno had gone up against an opponent who was out of his league and gotten himself killed, and Stanley put him up to it. He should have never let Tateno try to handle the situation on his own. He should have done whatever it took to stop the detective. There must be some way he could have averted this disaster. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. There'd been no hesitation in Tateno's words. Stanley had known how badly the man wanted to save Maria. That's why he deferred to the detective's judgment. Now, he was faced with the results of his own naivete. Smoke was pouring from the building, showed no signs of diminishing. The lab had been destroyed with a bomb. Alfred's plan had run its course before Stanley had even gotten here. He'd been thoroughly outwitted. Nor would he ever forgive Alfred for what the terrorist had done. Raging like hellfire, driving him into action, death would be too kind of a fate for Alfred. Now, even more than ever, the thirst for vengeance consumed him. And then he got fucking shot. Are you fucking kidding me? Everybody getting shot outside this lab. A bullet caught Stanley in the abdomen. He couldn't process what had happened. The intense searing pain that spread through his gut. A warm liquid began to soak through his shirt. Then a figure emerged from within the smoke. I've been waiting for you to show up, Jack. I hate the lab. I hate this lab. Another bullet tore through Stanley's body. Time seemed to slow for him. He watched the spray of blood scattering amid. This gotta. Okay, I can't rely on Stanley to save Teteno. Teteno's gotta save himself so this doesn't happen. Alfred. Stanley hissed the word through clenched teeth. Out of pure stubborn spite, he managed to stay on his feet, tottering towards his foe. He raised his gun. Damn! Sheer willpower, man! He didn't stop pulling the trigger until the very moment his world went dark. Damn! Defiant to the last. Okay, wait a minute. These two are fucked. These two are fucked. What happened? Wait, so we had the call cut short earlier. Let's see, Teteno. Teteno dies here, huh? Teteno dies if we let her in the lab. Mysterious explosion, mysterious explosion. Okay, mysterious explosion still. Okay, calling Hitomi from the time chart. So Teteno, we go... Hold up, my brain is exploding. I guess don't shoot? Yeah, I'm trying to see. He did have a choice to shoot or not. No, actually, if you still choose not to shoot, she's still gonna kill him. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. Because from what I can see on the guide, literally all of their choices are intertwined. One change on one end changes everyone else. So I'm trying to check. Blast protection IV your gear before going in. Wait, okay, so... We're at this part, but we did get the Defiant to the last, right? Wait. Teteno. We don't have time for that right now. The calling for Hitomi, right? And then don't have time for that right now. That was our choice earlier, huh? Stanley decoy, jump to Achi Tamsa, but just keep out. Not to hesitate, tell him to be careful instead. Oh, actually, you're right. Maybe I should... Yeah, my warning to Teteno should be different. You're right. I saw it on the guide. My warning to Teteno shouldn't be to shoot. You're right. According to the guide, my warning for Teteno is to stall. Okay then. If she realizes we're onto her, you're done for. Teteno hung up without saying anything. And then this one should be fine, right? We already got the save when I did that. Yeah, that's fine. Aha! You're right! Aiming at Kanan. What? Why is that my last, though? Let me see. I'll find some way to stall. And then... calling Hitomi. Time chart. Whatever, let's see what happens. This one? This one's got cleared up, you know? There's too many words! Everything is intertwining. Let's go with this, though. Let's try to bluff. Let's try to bluff. I'm just gonna pray that Stanley gets here on time, you know? Kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. Can't shoot me. Kanan took another step closer. Still traumatized? Okay. How do you know that? And she was on the roof. She'd been there. Let's test my theory out. If you think I'm Alfred, shoot. Can't do it. His hand is shaking. You're afraid to pull the trigger. In his words, we're casting a spell on him. Okay. Okay. Katone's final moments flashed through Kateno's mind. This is different. This is different. This is good. If he hadn't fired back then, maybe Katone would still be alive. Your friend's entire life was changed because of you. Why hadn't he tried to talk the culprit down? He knew the reason why. Because he loved Katone. He still loved her even after she'd become Daisuke's wife. His desire to be the one who saved her had warped his senses of judgment when things had come down to the wire. Tateno, do you not enjoy being with me? There was a forlorn look on Katone's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. NTR, fuck. No! Her very presence soothed him. But the more serious the relationship had grown, the more it tore at Tateno's heart. The truth is, he didn't really know what happiness was, so he was incapable of making someone else happy. If it were possible, he'd want Katone to be smiling always. That meant her being with someone other than him. Oh, he let her go because he thinks he can't make her happy. I think it would be best if we stopped seeing each other. Tateno blurted out the words bluntly, and Katone's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of any lack of feeling for her. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung out of his pursuit of human warmth, and his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid that too much love and affection from Katone. He wanted too much love and affection. Okay. Bit by bit, Tateno lowered his gun, his hand even more unsteady. His heart was on the cusp of breaking, and still Kanan continued with her diabolic whispering. You can go ahead and kill me, but if it turns out I'm not Alfred, what then? She stared at Tateno with an almost pitiable look. You'll have one more thing. You'll have once more done something that you can never undo. Something I can never undo. Tateno repeated the words dully, feeling himself forced into a trance. That's right. Would you ever accept that? No, I couldn't. Couldn't make the same mistake. I thought he was gonna say couldn't make the shot. His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up into a ball like a child. And that's why he can't shoot anyone. Can't shoot anyone. Tenno muttered the words. Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. I can. Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Tateno. He'd become a detective who didn't lose sight of what he was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. He dropped his cane. Tateno had nearly forgotten. Nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of the final salute that Kano had given him. He brought his gun back up to bear. Don't be absurd, Kanan mocked. Can't shoot anyone. Actually, I can. The words creaked dryly from Tateno's throat. When there's something I'm supposed to protect, I can shoot. The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve that he needed to face an opponent that ought to have terrified him. I learned that from someone who was terrible at his job. Kanan's eyes went cold. Immediately, she lifted her gun again. once more, their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately, Tateno could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. The young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. She had borne witness to carnage and bloodshed, the likes of which he couldn't even imagine. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Tateno braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off of Kanan's. If nothing else, he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. But could he do that, given the opponent he faced? Yes. Somehow, he would do it. As a detective. As a man. Even if he had to give his own life to succeed. Oh man. Even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he'd committed. Stanley, are you here yet? End! Oh my god! End of his story. End. Oh my god. I'm breathing easier now. Very slightly breathing easier. Like I was holding my breath, I'm not gonna lie. I was holding my breath for Tateno, man. Well, that means we're now on Stanley then, right? Stanley, revenge or a mission? I'm gonna go with the same choice as earlier. Hopefully this time, right? Because these other two choices literally look the same. Okay. Hopefully this time Tateno doesn't die and we make it on time. They did. They got to stall a little longer. They talked a lot more. Okay. It went without saying. You can see his heart churns with deep and dark with resentment. Okay, he makes it. It's not on fire! Let's fucking go! Finally, Okoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory came into view. There were two people standing outside the front gate. It was Tateno and the girl who was pretending to be Kanan. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow, Stanley made it in time. Yes! We stalled long enough. Yay! He pulled up his car alongside them and reached into the gun sleeve concealed beside the seat. He pulled out a .44 caliber Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful semi-automatic handguns in the world. Why, it's another picture of this, but in a different lighting. It's in a brighter lighting. His orders were to apprehend Alfred. The smaller Glock in his shoulder holster might be better suited to that end. Even so, he opted for the Desert Eagle. Oh fuck, Desert Eagle. Overkill! Getting out of the car, he started pacing towards the young woman. Stanley? Tateno glanced over at him, his face pale. Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. He could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Probably the smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazen list would get her no further. I got in touch with the others, Stanley said. Told him to turn off Hitomi Osawa's cell phone. You could see her eyes react. I imagine by now they've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy. The woman remained silent. And of course they managed to bypass the lock inside the lab. You know what this means. Your little plan has failed. Completely. Stanley could see the girl's stare sharpen. He only chased Alfred all around the world to arrive here at last in this little island nation. It had been such a long, long journey. And he'd spent a long time suffering. Now, both the journey and the suffering would be over. Video. Shit, the wind is making it so epic. We meet at last, Alfred. What? What the fuck do you mean it's there? What? Why? Why? Why is it the end on both of their POVs? How am I gonna... Why is it the end on both of their POVs? Hello? Who's gonna show me what happened in this stare down? Even Osawa is finished. What the fuck? Should've bought the deals. There's no DLC. Well, that just leaves Achi and Kano then, right? What were they at? Kano was at a keep out. Achi's had a bad ending. Keep out to Kano. That's a jump, Stanley. Any jump, Kano? This one. Maybe if we do the jump to Kano, we can change and we'll survive. There you go. Maybe Kano can do something and we'll both survive as Achi and Kano. Let's go! Same old Shibuya, he looked at it with new eyes. There you go. His cell phone rang. Tateno's name appeared in the incoming call display, and Kano quickly picked up. Detective Tateno, what's going on? You need to get Hitomi Osawa safely immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Tateno wasn't making any sense. I'ma go eat BRB. Have a nice food. Have a nice eat. Thank you for being here and have a nice lurk. Tateno wasn't making any sense. Alfred, Palmer, had already been arrested. The threat was over now. Hurry! Tateno barked. Yes, sir. Detective, Hachi called out suddenly. He was standing with Hitomi and the others near the statue of Hachiko. Detective, that's not the real Alfred. He's a fake. A fake? Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. Kano didn't want to believe it. If this Alfred was just a decoy, then that meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. Hachi's voice rang with desperation. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. To get rid of Hitomi. That lined up with what Tateno had called to warn him about. It must be true then. Once again, Kano tensed. A bomb. But where? Get me the Explosive Ordnance Division. Ordnance. I think I said ordinance. Someone squawked. We've got an emergency here. It was Kuze, practically screaming into his cell phone. We're at the scramble outside the station. Hurry! The director started running towards the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. Kano felt himself starting to panic. If Hitomi and Palmer were the targets, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. Okay, where's the bomb? He demanded. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. I already told you the password, Palmer said. What point would there be in keeping things from me now? He had a point. If he had known about the existence of the bomb and he'd kept it a secret so far, getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Kano just decided to have a look for himself. He took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alfred, what would he do? How could he ensure that he'd eliminate both Hitomi and the fake Alfred at the same time? Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off? Actually, yeah, right? If the fake has no idea, and we checked Hitomi, checking Hitomi was the bad ending, right? He checked Hitomi, that was the bad ending, it's not the cell phone. It could be a minivan. It could be a minivan all over again. Kana thought back to the other van explosion earlier that afternoon. Alfred would need an explosion big enough to wipe out both Hitomi and the fake Alfred, even if they got separated. With that in mind, rather than plant a bomb in one fixed spot, he would use a minivan in which it could be moved to wherever Hitomi and Palmer happened to be. Achi, it's in a minivan! Look for a minivan! Kano scanned the area. There were plenty of vehicles parked all around, but no minivans. This seems strange. If the two intended victims were here now, he'd expect the bomb to be somewhere near as well. But he didn't spot a minivan anywhere. Kano ground his teeth in frustration, sweat practically pouring in from his forehead. Was he wrong in the assumption? If he was wrong, where else could the bomb be hidden? His mind began to run in circles. Okay, you can do this, he told himself. Focus. Just think. Focus. Think. He had to trust himself and take action. He just had to start checking vehicles that were close by. Leaving the fake Alfred under SOS's watch, he ran for the nearest parked car. He peered in through the side windows. There didn't appear to be anything suspicious inside. Of course, if the bomb were in the engine compartment or trunk, the cursory check like this would never find it. Still, he hurried towards the next car. He had to trust his detective's instincts. If he couldn't spot the bomb in a vehicle, maybe something else would alert him to its presence. Alfred had a certain criminal signature that Kano knows was sure to linger. Nothing abnormal here, no problems here, not this one either. With each car he checked, Kano's panic rose. About a minute, no, 2 minutes must have passed since he started searching for the bomb. Already more than 15 had passed since Palmer had appeared on the scene. Detonation could come at any moment now. Kano felt he might crumple under the weight of fear. It might already be too late. He felt utterly defeated. And then he saw it. Is that a fucking blue minivan? Oh my god, it's another minivan. A small boxy minivan, and it was racing right towards him. That was it. It had to be. The van drew steadily closer, streaming a massive plume of white smoke. Kano sprung into action. Stop! Stop that vehicle! He rushed right into the minivan's path, bracing himself to stop it with his own body if necessary. The driver's compartment was filled with white smoke, making it impossible for him to see who was driving. Oh, it's the Angels thing! The Wandering Angels Troop thing. The van might be unmanned. Stop! Kano shouted again. He knew it was probably pointless, but he had to try. Wait. Was it the van, or was that the wrong answer? Are, was it the van? Kano? Kano didn't even get hit. Huh? Kano whirled around. He could see countless bloodied bodies scattered across the pavement. What the hell just happened? Wasn't the minivan. It was somewhere else. How? Oh, okay. So if it wasn't the minivan and it's not Hitomi, then it's on the decoy. I did not expect that. Okay, it's on the decoy. Alright then. Wait, I'm so fucking stupid. Of course it's on the decoy. Didn't it blow up in one? It blew up in one of the bad endings already. I'm so dumb. Okay, wait. Ah! What the hell? There was no car when there was another in the other bad ending. There, it's on the fake. There was no other place he could possibly plant it. He put Pat Palmer down carefully. Check the case! Hurry! He gestured to the attache case Palmer had been carrying. Maybe she's the one with the bomb planted on her, been in every scene of the explosion. Bro! Don't move. Searched the pockets of the jacket and the pants, but came up with nothing. Perhaps Alfred had fitted the bomb onto the man's watcher belt? Stop this, I'm not carrying a bomb. Shut your mouth. Kano couldn't spot anything suspicious about the watcher the belt either. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? Detective! It was Achi, who he looked alarmed. Wait. Give me a slight pause. My head went lightheaded for a moment there. Okay. I'm good. Kano hurried over to him, dragging Palmer along. When he looked inside the attache case, Palmer's face went pale. No, it can't be. Alfred, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. He abruptly broke into a stifled laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse, and it went right under my nose. Palmer looked over Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That's right. There's C4. C4? A type of explosive, okay. A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military, and that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. A chill ran up Kano's spine. Don't let this man go, he said, handing Palmer over to Susumu. Got it, just leave it to us. Susumu signaled his followers, who immediately dumped Palmer unceremoniously onto the ground. Oh boy. Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attache case. He found a false bottom in the case, and the space beneath it was indeed packed full of plastic explosives. Set within it was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know much about bomb disposal. He's only been taught the very basics during his police academy training. Nonetheless, something drew his eye. A microphone. There was a parabolic microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound. Hey detective, is that thing gonna explode or not? Achi's voice was shaky. It looks like it's sound activated, but hasn't gone off from just having people talking nearby. That means it's set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. It really is the song! A specific sound, huh? Hachi took a moment to think. That's it! It must be Hitomi's ringtone! That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then? Hitomi asked. It's not gonna explode anymore, right? Kano had to fight back any feelings of relief. They couldn't forget this was Alfred they were dealing with. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Carefully lifting up the detonator, Kano spotted another cable connected to the bomb. Calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attaché case. Oh, so there's also a timer. The tiny stretched sheet of plastic explosive was only an intermediate layer, concealing a second false bomb. A small timer had been set beneath it. There's not just a sound... So there's... Okay, now I see the backup plan here. If you turn off the phone, the timer will go off. Alright then. Kano's mouth had gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. The bomb's also been fitted with a countdown timer. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Hitomi's phone would trigger the explosion. That way Alfred could eliminate both her and his stooge, Palmer, at the same time. But in case the sound trigger were discovered, as a backup, the bomb also had been rigged to explode after a set time. Kano speed dialed his boss. Director Kuze, where's the bomb squad? 151, 150. Not even 2 minutes left to go. It didn't look like the explosive ordnance unit would make it in time. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options, when he noticed Achi standing right beside the bomb case. Achi, he called out. Leave that thing and get out of here. But Achi didn't move. No way. He sat down, the attaché case cradled in his arms. Achi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. There's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to save these people too? Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. Achi was right. If the bomb went off amidst a crowd like this, there's no telling how many casualties there'd be. He needed to do whatever he could and act as quickly as possible. Get back, everybody, get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a bomb! Everyone, get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby citizens to safety. Hitomi and Susumu and the others added their voices to his. There's a bomb! Everybody, run! Get away as fast as you can! Please, you all have to get out of here! But the crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what the commotion was all about. Bruh! It was no use. They were out of time. Kano had to save Achi at least. He turned back to him and called out. Achi, that's enough! Leave the bomb and let's go! Achi! Hitomi shouted. Come on! But Achi only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Come on, with us! Hurry! But Achi wouldn't move. Susumu's face went pale. Wait, Achi! Your leg! What about my leg? Earlier, when you kicked that steel pipe! What the heck? Kano finally understood. It wasn't that Achi didn't want to move. He couldn't move. And so he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimize the impact of the explosion on everyone else. That idiot, Kano muttered. If his leg was busted, why didn't he say so? How'd he even make it this far? There couldn't be much time left. If Kano rushed to help him now, he might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision. Huh? Can't I just change Achi's decision later? Well, nothing's gonna happen if I just run in, right? Maybe he'll see the van, right? The minivan. Where's the minivan of the Wandering Angels? Isn't it spewing out cold air or whatever? Can't we toss it towards that? Sorry if anyone was in it. Couldn't just rush in without a plan. A detective needed both a cool mind and a fiery spirit. The more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscles in his legs begin to stiffen. But he did his best to slow his racing heartbeat as his mind sought desperately for a way out of this situation. But his eyes remained fixed on Achi, holding that bomb in his arms. Poor Ames, smoking just getting blown up, bro. The Wandering Angel's van be like, yo, what? Knowing it could explode at any moment made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more the panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. That was the only thing he was good at. Okay, then we can just reload. And still he stood frozen, staring at Achi. Then he felt the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. White smoke was pouring from an approaching minivan. Oh my god, wait, it actually came through for me. The minivan actually came through for me. The vehicle teetered to a stop along the shoulder of the road. Still, the smoke spilled out, rolling from a partly open window. Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. Is that... Instinctively, he rushed towards it. This is it! Chi can write the story. No! Peering through... It's because we saw the van earlier when we were trying to find the bomb. Peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clunky box-shaped device in the back, rumbling fiercely, spitting out an unending mound of white clumps. I also remember the thing in Minorikawa's POV. The... what do you call it? The glossary entry. A dry ice machine. Hey! Kano yelled, banging hard on the door. Open up! By freezing a bomb that used an electronic activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. The explosive ordnance unit used liquid nitrogen, but maybe dry ice could work as well? She truly is a glossary enjoyer. Yeah. Oh wait, they have a different... Liquid nitrogen, temperature below negative 195.8 degrees Celsius. Dry ice. Yeah, it is pretty low. It's not quite there, but it is pretty low. There were 3 men inside the vehicle. Kano shouted at the one in the driver's seat, I need to borrow that machine. The man replied in a lethargic drawl. No way, man, we haven't even paid this thing off yet. There was no time to explain or negotiate. Kano was just gonna have to take it by force. Minorikawa showed up. Hold it right there. Another man appeared, suddenly in front of the vehicle. Pushy fellow Kano had run into at the scene of the explosion. You guys are with the Wandering Angels theater troupe, yeah? He said to the van's occupants. There's the finale of their glossary thing! Ayo Minorikawa, I can't believe he showed up. I didn't expect it. I thought he just fucked off. The minivan carrying Tozuka, Bando, and Amo veered wildly through the streets of Shibuya, leaving a trail of white smoke in the wake. The trio, definitely impaired by the oxygen deprivation, came close to causing several accidents. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, they were still trying to reach Endo Electronics when they ran into Kano and his companions instead. After Kano takes the machine off their hands, the trio will happily head back to the theater, clean up, crack open some beers, and look over one long crazy day. Yeah. Is this entry 428 or something? Yeah. He pointed at the dry ice machine. That thing's defective. The guy from the electronics store said he'd refund your deposit. Huh? For real? Yeah, he told me to tell you that the machine's been recalled. We'll bring it back for you, so hurry up and open the door. Yeah, okay. The newcomer helped the 3 men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan and then turned to Kano. Here. Hurry up and take it, he shouted. Right, thanks. Go, 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 go! Kano wasn't sure what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing it ahead of him across the pavement. Achi! Hitomi wailed, tears in her eyes. The detective blew right past her, trailing a billowing plume of white smoke in his wake. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Kano let loose a wild yell. He ran as fast as his legs would take him towards Achi and the bomb. To be continued. Oh my god! Bruh. This thing's gonna make me cry, man. Achi! Okay, here we go. That's 2, and that means the only one left is Achi's POV, and then we're done with this time slot. Then Achi turned in Kano's direction. Detective, something was amiss. Not the real Alfred, it's a fake. Okay, yeah, we had these. We've seen this part. It's the final stretch! Yeah! Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alfred and then began a fresh barrage of questions. Achi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to be pretty powerful, it couldn't have something particularly small. Thank you for the hydrate wash check and stretch. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area, didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Then his eyes happened to alight on the attache case that the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicions been aroused than he heard Kano call out to him, "Achi, check the case! Hurry!" He hurriedly opened up the case and searched the interior. But the only things inside were medical equipment, tubes, and syringes and the like. There was nothing that looked remotely like a bomb. Where else could a bomb be possibly hidden? Gonna bounce. Good luck on the ending. Thank you! Thank you for dropping by. Damn it! He had to find the explosive and soon. He took another hard look at the case. I'll flip it over. Achi lifted the attache case high and flipped it upside down. As he was about to throw, he heard a metallic sound. Quickly, he lowered the case again. He was certain the noise had come from inside. Once more, he opened the case and looked inside, but he still saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside and slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Hold on, could it be? Tugged at the case's inner lining, quickly tearing it free. When he looked behind it, his eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay had been affixed to the cover of the case, several wires attached to it with a small electronic device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the attache case. "Here it is!" he shouted to Kano. "I found it!" Kano hurried over, bringing his captive with him. "There, Mr. Palmer, take a look." When he saw what was inside the attache case, the fake Alfred went pale. "No, it can't be. Alfred, why?" His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then, abruptly, he broke into stilted laughter. "Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse, and it went right under my nose." The fake Alfred looked over at Kano. "We need to get out of here immediately," he said. "That right there is a C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. That's enough to blow this whole area into smithereens." The whole area? Achi pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Meanwhile, Kano frantically started searching inside of the attache case. "A microphone," Kano muttered. "Hey, detective, is this thing gonna explode or not?" Achi tried and failed to keep his voice from wavering. "It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off from just having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger." A specific sound, huh? Now Achi understood Stanley's instructions. "That's it! It must be Hitomi's ringtone! That's why Stanley had me power off her cell phone." "So that means we're safe then?" Hitomi asked. "It's not gonna explode anymore, right?" "Maybe, but I wouldn't bet our lives on it." Kano continued his examination of the case. He carefully loosened the bomb from the and the cables pulling them away from the lid of the case. The sight made Achi's heart leap. Then Kano went stock still, as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze. "There's not just a sound trigger." The detective's voice was a raspy whisper. "The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer." Achi could see the timer now. It had been planted underneath the plastic explosives. His blood ran cold. "Director Kuze, where's the bomb squad?" While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Achi picked up the attache case and peered inside. The digital timer was steadily ticking down the seconds. "Have a nice lurk, Captain!" Achi scanned the nearby area. There were too many people around the scramble. He told me he was there. Susumu was there. Several more of his old pals. Along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. "People are the lifeblood," Achi reminded himself. "The blood that coursed through the body that was the city. Like cells, they brought life to the city he so loved. And Achi wanted to be one of the red, or was it white, blood cells of Shibuya." "Achi!" Kano called out. "Leave that thing and get out of there!" "No way." Achi sat down, cradling the case in his arms. "What the hell are you doing?" "I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go." "But there's no way I can do that." "Damn it, do you want to save these people?" Kano bit his lower lip. Hitomi wrapped her arms around Achi from behind. "Achi, don't do this." "He told me you need to get out of here too." "Why?" Why are you acting so crazy? Tears blurred her words together, and he could feel her trembling against him. It doesn't matter. Just get as far away as you can. No, I'm not leaving you. After they'd spent the day together, Achi knew full well that telling Hitomi something once wasn't enough to get her to listen. That stubbornness was one of the many things that made her so amazing in his eyes. Hitomi, Achi clasped one of her hands tightly. Please, this is the one favor I will ever ask you. His voice came out oddly soft and gentle. Alright, she told him, but let me just say one thing first. There's still so many things I want to talk to you about. So much more I want to know about you. So please, Achi, won't you die on me? Hey, don't worry. Once everyone's made it to safety, I'll clear out of here right away. Hitomi squeezed his hand and got up and silently hurried away. Susumu, you and SOS start getting people out of the area. Yeah, alright. Susumu turned away and spurred the gang into motion. Then, for an instant, Achi's eyes met Kano's. Achi gave a tiny nod as he looked down at the timer. 9... Oh... Get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. Everybody, get back! There's a bomb! He held the attaché case tight against himself as he continued shouting. He ran his voice raw, trying to warn the crowd away. Everyone get out of here, just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing civilians to safety. There's a bomb, the detective shouted. Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can. Susumu waved his arms emphatically. Please, Hitomi added, you all have to get out of here. But the crowd didn't heed their warnings. At last, apparently deciding the time was up, Kano turned back to Achi. Achi, that's enough. Just leave the bomb and let's go. You could hear Susumu and Hitomi shouting as well. There's no time left, man. Achi, come on. Aww. The way Palmer had talked about this bomb sounded like it was a pretty dangerous one. Might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. And there were still so many people nearby. There was no chance they'd be able to get to safety in the few dozen seconds that remained. Achi needed to minimize the force of the blast as much as possible. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it. What are you doing? Come with us, hurry! Screamed Kano. I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please, God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya. And to protect Hitomi. Achi squeezed his eyes tightly shut. I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. Bro, I'm gonna cry! You'll forgive me though, right? I stuck it through to the end, just like you told me to. I didn't call it quits partway through. And so whatever you do, can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you. Achi drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. Achi! It was Hitomi. She was glad to hear her voice was the last thing in his world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought. I was on the verge of crying and this shit happens, man. Achi, bring the bomb over here. That wasn't Hitomi's voice. Achi opened his eyes and saw Kano racing towards him, pushing some big weird piece of machinery. Achi wants some dry ice. Let's fucking go. Kano with the treasure chest. Yeah. The detective flipped open the machine's cover to reveal a huge mound of dry ice. Stick it in here. Flash freezing the timer ought to stop it. Achi did as he was told, shoving the attaché case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile more dry ice on top of it all. Let's hope that's enough, Kano exclaimed. He looked like a man desperate for a miracle. He could see the timer display through the gap in the frozen hydrogen, still counting down. Oh my god, man! It's gonna stop at 1, isn't it? Was this not going to work? Achi and Kano held their breaths. Oh my... To be continued though, not end. We cleared the time block. Oh my my god, that time block was ridiculously difficult. Nande? Oh, they all come together into the epilogue. That's actually fucking amazing. That's really cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that they all come together into the epilogue. Alright. Let's see what happens here. Whew. Hang on. I'm never gonna be able to leave and eat, am I? Hang on, let's make sure this is... What does this say? Kanan's friend? Is this the right ending? Let us see it. I also need to eat, but not right now. This is your life now. This is our life now. She felt a hand firmly clutching her own as she hazily returned to consciousness. This hand? Whose is it? My father's? Maria POV. Maria's eyelids slowly drifted open. Maria, you're alright now. Her father was indeed beside her, holding her hand. A surprising warmth radiated from his slender, bony palm. Dad? She was lying on a sofa. She craned her neck to look around, still trying to process what was going on. There were several monitors set up around the room. Where are we? At my laboratory. You were infected with a virus, and I've given you the antiviral. You don't have to worry about anything. He squeezed Maria's hand even more tightly. Aw, that hurts. Ah, right, sorry. Osawa eased up the pressure on his daughter's hand, but he didn't let go entirely. This feels so strange, Maria muttered, staring up at the ceiling. I wonder why. What does? Having you hold my hand. I used to hold your hand like this when we'd go on walks together when you were little. I doubt you'd remember that, though. Maria considered. It was true. She didn't have any clear memory of her father holding her hand like this. And yet the touch of her father's palm felt distantly familiar. Gently, she squeezed back. It'll be a bad end if this doesn't wrap up soon. It's been a while, hasn't it? She said. I mean, me looking at you in the eye while I'm talking to you. That's only because I didn't look you in the eye. Osawa hung his head. I'm so sorry, he added. Please forgive me. I never meant to hurt you like I did. Oh, wait, hold on. Maria was taken aback. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean hurt me? Back on that rainy day. Osawa told Maria about the day she'd run away from home. About how he'd known where she'd gone, but he hadn't gone to find her. About how he'd given in to his anger and struck her when she came back home. When he finished, he hung his head once more. I'm so sorry. I've been such a terrible father. Maria cracked an impish smile. Oh yeah, I guess that did happen. Osawa frowned. You know, she said, I had totally forgotten about that, until you mentioned it just now, I mean. No, I can't believe that, Osawa replied. The way I hurt you, He sounded so disappointed in himself. Dad, it's not like I can't let myself dwell on each and every detail of my childhood. I mean, in the 19 or so years I've been alive, I've been hurt in lots of different ways. A child experienced so much more than what her parents knew. That was what growing up was all about. And it was a happy thing, but also a little bit sad. Osawa was visibly grappling with his feelings. I see. So I guess you have gone through so much pain. Well, yeah, but there have been more things that were fun and happy. I see. It's the sum of all those things that have made me who I am today. So please don't worry so much about the past. I see. Dad, you keep saying I see. Stop it. Sorry. It's just... This is all so difficult to say. Osawa was trying and failing to hold back his tears. Maria wasn't quite sure what those tears were for, but she felt a prickle of embarrassment. Shyly, she looked away and her eyes alighted on one of the monitors. The screen showed a view from outside the lab. Oh yeah, that shit. I forgot that shit was happening. Oh yeah. We had that whole heart-to-heart there. Who are those people? She asked, pointing. Osawa looked and his eyes widened in shock. 3 people with guns were facing off one another. Maria recognized one of them. Tateno, the man with the cane. Why are those 2 pointing guns at your friend? Osawa's voice was shaking. My friend? What do you mean? The one you met when we went to the Middle East. You know, Kainan. Osawa switched the monitor to show a different camera angle. A close-up of the young woman's face appeared on the screen. Maria was at a loss for words. That certainly wasn't Kainan. It was the girl who'd come to tell Maria that Hitomi was going to be kidnapped. Kainan's friend. Oh shit, that's what happened. It happened 3 days earlier. While Maria was on her way home from campus, a girl approached her, telling her that she was a friend of Kainan. Kainan asked me to pass along a message, she said, and showed Maria a video recording. Video quality was poor, but the voice indistinct. There's a terrorist who's after the antiviral agent your father's developing. Maria listened in shock as the message continued. Sorry, my voice died there. A terrorist plan was already in motion and Hitomi had been infected with a killer virus. Your father used the antiviral to save Hitomi, but the terrorists planned on that. I'll spare you the details, but there's a way to extract the antiviral from Hitomi's blood. Stealing the drug from the laboratory directly is too problematic, and the terrorist intends to get it directly from your sister. Hitomi is certain to be kidnapped sometime in the next few days. So I have something to ask you. I'd like you to get kidnapped in her place. Since you're twins, it should be possible for you to trade places without the kidnappers realizing it. I gave the girl who's passing this along a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace, switch it on, and it'll allow me to keep tabs on your location. I promise I'll come and rescue you. Please, help me. This is the only way we can keep the antiviral and Hitomi safe. The video ended and the girl handed Maria a necklace with an ornate pendant and showed her a hidden switch on the back. Kainan's coming to Japan? Maria asked. She's already here. She's ready to risk her life for this mission. Risk her life? Maria started uneasily. So this terrorist who's after the antiviral drug, is it Alfred? The girl looked shocked. You know about Alfred? Kainan told me that taking down Alfred is her purpose in life, but... Alfred has ties to the CIA, so it's hard for Kainan to get any good leads. That's true. Which reminds me, you should have this. The girl held out a photograph. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. He's an ally of Alfred. Ah, I see. Maria did her best to burn the man's image into her mind. Alright, the girl said. I passed along everything Kainan wanted me to tell you. What do you do next? It's up to you. Oh. That's why she thought... That's why she was spreading around the whole, oh, he's an ally of Alfred. Wait, so what the heck's been going on while I was asleep? Osawa recoiled from the ferocity on his daughter's face. That Kainan girl thought of a way to save you. He went on to explain the plan and how to get the antiviral out of the lockdown laboratory. Once again, Maria stared at the monitor. As she eyed Kainan's friend, another memory from before she'd blacked out drifted to surface. Suddenly, it dawned on Maria that what this girl was planning. She pretended to be Kainan in order to get into the lab, she said, scowling at the image on the monitor. Osawa looked at the screen and then his daughter's face. Well then, who in the world is she? Maria already had the answer. There was no doubt about it. That girl was Alfred. The instant she realized this, she knew they were in danger. If Alfred managed to infiltrate the lab, there was no way she'd be satisfied with simply getting her hands on the antiviral. She sowed ruin everywhere she went. Is something wrong? Osawa asked uneasily. Maria? What is it? Maria's mind was racing. She spoke her thoughts out loud. She's gonna kill you so the drug can't be recreated. No, that's not enough. She's gonna destroy this whole facility. But how? Vague possibilities tumbled through her mind. She couldn't be sure what the terrorists might be planning. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't worry. I don't know who that girl is right now. She's outside the lab. There's no way she can kill me or plant a bomb in here or anything. Yeah, I know. Maria gave a tiny nod, but something gnawed at the back of her mind. Make sure you wear the necklace. Hurriedly, Maria took the pendant that hung around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt a chill run up her spine. She went back over the details of Alfred's plan as her father had explained it, and then finally she understood. The necklace has the bomb? I've got it! Osawa straightened up. You've got what? I need to get out there where those trees are. Don't be absurd. I have to go. Osawa peered closely at his daughter's face. Words weren't going to stop her, and he realized with his own face stiffened with determination. Alright, but I'm going with you. I can't let you rush into danger all by yourself. Thank you, Dad. Maria tried to get up from the sofa, but she was struck by a wave of vertigo, and her knees buckled. Are you alright? Osawa caught her by the arm. This is probably the side effect of the antiviral. You shouldn't push yourself too much. Maria looked up at her father's anxious face and shook her head. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Her body was weak with lethargy, her mind trapped in a disorienting haze. Every step was a monumental effort, but she clenched her jaw and forced herself onward, making her way up down the laboratory hallway. The whirlwind of anger and sadness spurred her onward. Alfred was masquerading as Kanan. The cruel truth was all too clear. The terrorists would have never been able to get away with the deception if Kanan were still alive. Which means that Kanan must be... Oh no! Maria fought to hold back her tears. It's too early to cry just yet. That could wait until she put a stop to Alfred's plan. Using her rage to suppress her sorrow, she shoved open the door in front of her. That isn't Kanan! Maria's voice exploded into the silence of the standoff. I doubt we're getting better testimony than that, Stanley said, his gun still at the ready. There's no talking your way out of things this time. The expression on Alfred's face didn't change. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul. What did you do to Kanan? Maria demanded, marching unsteadily towards the terrorist. Maria, stay back! Osawa exclaimed. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Teteno barked. He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Answer me! Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Kanan? But still, Alfred said nothing. Stanley, too, had begun edging towards her. It doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Bit by bit, he inched closer. He was going to try and take her down. Let me turn your question around, Alfred said abruptly. What do you think? Maria paused, confused. What do I think about what? What do you think happened to Kanan? The corners of her lips twisted up, shaping a mirthless smile. You killed her, didn't you? Maria's words came out as a whisper. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. You killed Kanan, didn't you? This time, Maria cried out with biting fury. Alfred snickered. She's provoking me, Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alfred's game, or her anger would spill out of control. If Kanan's dead, what about the Kanan anime? That's exactly what I'm thinking. There's a Kanan anime and that's supposed to be a sequel. She can't be dead. Why are you laughing? By force of will, Maria had made her voice firm and steady. Because I'm guessing you weren't expecting me to show up here. Alfred raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. This thing here is a bomb, isn't it? Maria held out the necklace. What? Stanley furrowed his brow. Of course. Even if we managed to catch you here, you'd still be able to destroy the lab. Still, the smile remained on Alfred's face. She seemed to enjoy watching the others figure out her intentions. But you can't trigger the bomb with me standing this close to you, can you? Maria's eyes locked with Alfred. Unless you're prepared to sacrifice yourself? She stood still like an image of bravery. While on the inside, her apprehension threatened to tear her apart. She could feel her heart thudding so furiously that she thought it might explode. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Only her rage at Kanan's murder kept her from backing down. Go ahead and blow yourself up if that's what you want, she said, but you'll die with nothing. Your death will mean nothing, but not mine. My death will avenge Kanan's. Why is she still smiling? The silence fell upon outside the laboratory gates. Stanley and Tateno stood frozen, their guns still trained on Alfred. Both men were ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Just how long had they been there, staring one another down? The passage of time seemed slow, seconds drawn into hours. Osawa swallowed audibly. Finally, Alfred tossed her gun into the pavement and held up both hands in surrender. Stanley wasted no time, springing forward to secure her. He gave a thorough pat down from behind. He removed a small device that looked like a detonator from one of her pockets. On your knees. Alfred did as she was told. Good. Now hands behind your head. Try anything funny and I will shoot. Without a word, Alfred placed her hands in the back of her head, fingers laced together. What are you playing at? Stanley growled disdainfully. Finally realized you can only push your luck so far? She responded with a faint snicker. It's not my policy to resist when things are hopeless. Her tone was detached, her intentions unreadable. Good. That'll make this easy. Stanley kept the barrel of his gun pointed at Alfred's head. This is for my brother. The words hung on his throat unspoken. A surge of emotion coursed through him. A tiny bit more pressure from his index finger, and he could put a bullet right through Alfred's head. His long journey would finally reach its conclusion. But although he wished for this moment more than anything, his finger didn't move. If he pulled the trigger now, would that truly be the end? His mind reeled at the implications. Tateno watched Stanley closely, eventually letting out a tiny sigh of relief. They were in this together after all. Now they just needed to be careful not to let down their guard. He kept one eye on Alfred as he went to pick up the gun she'd discarded. But he was too late. The gun was gone. This is for K9. Oh my god, wait! Maria had lunged forward, snatching up the gun. Maria, no! Osawa cried. What are you thinking? She ignored her father, taking aim at Alfred's forehead. K9's dead. And you're gonna pay. The smoldering rage she had fought to hold back blazed up with renewed fury. Maria, Stanley said calmly, put down the gun. He had nothing but words to stop her. There was no telling what Alfred might do if he took his gun off her. What will this accomplish? Accomplish. He asked, keeping his tone as level as possible. Maria's face remained awash with anger. Maria, her father pleaded. Please don't do this. Tateno took a step forward. Go on, hand me the gun, he said. Stay back! Maria's arm trembled as she aimed the gun. Everyone stood frozen, not even daring to breathe. The slightest wrong move might bring disaster. The silence roared. I don't care, Alfred sneered. If you want to shoot, then shoot. If you do want to avenge K9, don't you? Yes. Yes, I do. Maria tightened her grip on the gun. Memories of her friend drifted through her mind. To Maria, born into peace, meeting K9 had been touching a world beyond her own. Far more complicated world. K9 had blood on her hands from the time she was a little girl. A walking contradiction of cruelty and childishness. And yet, she had lived her life according to her own unshakable beliefs. Meeting her had made Maria think hard about her own identity. What did it mean to be Japanese? No, that wasn't the question. What did it mean to be Maria Osawa? That was the crux of it all. They had been able to find common ground, despite differing ideals, because both possessed an unshakable sense of self. The tense equilibrium came crashing down as Maria let out a shout. This is for K9! She pulled the trigger, but her shot went wide, shattering the window of a nearby car. The sudden gunshot caught Stanley off guard. Alfred didn't miss her opening. She swiftly rolled across the pavement, drawing a small pistol she'd hidden in an ankle holster. Maria hastily tried to take aim for a second shot. No! Osawa! Dad? Osawa collapsed at Maria's feet. Dad! Her father went limp. Stanley dived at Alfred. No, Osawa! He grabbed her right wrist, the one clutching the gun, and slammed her head down against the pavement. She made no attempt to resist. In a moment, he had subdued her. After he wanted to be a better dad. I know, right? Maria, you're not hurt, are you? Osawa croaked feebly as his daughter gathered him up in her arms. I'm fine, but Dad, you... Here? Blood was gushing through Osawa's shirt. Maria pressed her hand against the wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Look, just hurry! Get here as fast as you can! Tateno was on his cell phone, calling for an ambulance. I know there's a traffic jam. Just figure something out, please! His voice was ragged with desperation. Dad, hang in there. Large tears streamed from Maria's eyes. So this was like... Osawa lay with his head in his daughter's lap, struggling to rasp out the words. Mari just reacted before I had any time to think. I finally understand what a virus must feel like. His eyes were hollow. I never told you and Hitomi, did I? About what started my fascination with virus research. Dad, try not to talk right now. Maria squeezed her father's hand. Almost imperceptibly, he squeezed back. It probably isn't a very interesting story, he said. But I'd like for you both to hear it anyway. I know, and we will. After this, I promise we will. Maria's words brought a contented smile to Osawa's face. I'm glad. So glad. It's alright, just don't talk right now. This time, at least, I was there for you. Oh no! Osawa slowly shut his eyes. Dad? Maria said, but her father didn't answer. Dad, don't die! You can't die! The sound of the ambulance sirens wailed in the distance. Maria clutched her father's hand, trying to make her grip firm and reassuring. Just as it had been for her back inside the laboratory. Please, don't die. She repeated the words inwardly over and over and over. No, Sawa. A black car of foreign make arrived at the laboratory and pulled up onto the curb. Stanley's superior Gordon emerged from the back. A few of his men followed and promptly placed Alfred in handcuffs. Well done, Gordon said. Stanley gave him a slight nod. I'll be taking Alfred back to headquarters. You can finish up here. Understood, sir. Gordon shoved Alfred back into the back seat and slid in alongside her, and the car drove off. Who was that just now? Tateno asked Stanley. My boss. Sorry. We'll be taking Alfred into custody. You will, huh? Tateno frowned, but decided not to press the point. The ambulance arrived at last, and Osawa was loaded inside. Maria remained at his side, still weeping, still softly calling out to him. He could sense her there, though her voice sounded awfully far away. Is this the end, then? He was vaguely aware that he was dying, but he wasn't afraid. At the far end of a hazy tunnel, he could still see Maria. My, she had grown. She had grown so very much. If he were an organism that multiplied by dividing itself, he would die knowing that he had left his best selves behind. He only had one wish now. That Maria and Hitomi would go on to lead happy lives. No! His vision was growing steadily more dim. Tiny motes of light flickered and wavered faintly before his eyes. It looked like the very first time he ever peered through a microscope. And that was enough for him. No. Unexpectedly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. He meant to give it back to her, but the ambulance had already departed. The phone continued to ring for some time, but eventually fell into a death-like silence. What? Who was calling? Keinan? Was it Keinan? 002. Achi held his breath. He could no longer feel the seconds ticking by. The numbers on the display were changing more and more slowly, but he still watched in fear. It was impossible not to fixate on the countdown. Achi and Kano continued to stare at the timer. It had stopped. The timer had actually stopped. We did it! Achi dropped to his knees with a cry of triumph. The rest of Shibuya Scramble burst into cheers. You're one reckless guy, you know that? Kano held his hand out. Achi grinned up at him. That makes 2 of us. Ah, hooray! At least these guys are having it good. The 2 clasped hands firmly, their handshake conveying more than any words could ever have. Achi! Susumu came rapping over. You did it, man. I knew you could do it. The 2 bumped fists. It weren't just me, Achi said. Could never have done it without you guys' help. Susumu smiled bashfully. Hey Susumu, take care of SOS for me. You got it. Susumu looked him squarely in the eye. Achi gave a little nod and the 2 solemnly bumped fists again. Oh yeah, suddenly there was a blinding flash. Achi spun around to see Chiaki standing there, beaming happily, her digital camera ready for another shot. Everyone gather up, Minorikawa called out to Achi and his pals. You guys are the heroes of Shibuya! Photo time, everyone, Chiaki said. Get ready! The young men struck a pose together. Wait, her too! Minorikawa ushered Hitomi to stand over with Achi. Hitomi! Achi stared at her shyly. It was thanks to Hitomi that he had been able to do what he had done. Keeping Shibuya safe, keeping his promise to Suzune. Hitomi had been his inspiration for it all. But there were so many things he wanted to say but couldn't get the right words out. Achi, Hitomi's cheeks were damp with tears. Hey now, little lady, Minorikawa called. No crying now. Come on, show us a smile. He struck a goofy pose beside Chiaki. At last, the smile had returned to Hitomi's face. It really is the best. Hitomi looked up at Achi in confusion. Your smile, he said. It's the best. I don't care what anyone else says. He spoke so earnestly that Hitomi couldn't help but smile even more. Okay, here we go, people. Katayama in the background is throwing me. He's throwing me off. Get your best faces on. At Minorikawa's signal, everyone let out a joyous victory cry. Nice. Come on, guys, Susumu shouted. Let's lift Achi up where everyone can see him. Members of SOS let out another roar. Huh? No, you don't gotta do that, guys. Hey, cut it out. But Achi had already been swallowed by the enthusiastic throng. Heave ho! Heave ho! Heave ho! There in the middle of the scramble, Achi was being hailed as a hero. Kano looked on with a satisfied smile. What they achieved together was nothing less than a miracle. It had taken a lot of luck, and more than a few coincidences for them to stop the bomb. Coincidences, Kano muttered to himself. No, that wasn't right. This was something different altogether. Fate. That's what it was. And not just one person's fate. The destinies of several people had collided, gathering momentum until coincidence became inevitability, and Shibuya was saved. The raucous cloud tossed Achi high into the air again and again. As a plainclothes detective, Kano would probably never be showered with adulation like that. Well, that was alright. A detective's duty was to ensure the safety of the people. He didn't put his life on the line so that he could be a hero. Seeing all those smiles was good enough for him. Kano only needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi. Rumi. I hope she managed to get out of Shibuya okay. Suddenly worried, Kano pulled out his cell phone. There was a whole bunch of things he wanted to tell her. He couldn't share the whole story, police rules wouldn't allow it, but he wanted to let her know as much as he could. The kidnapping case had been resolved safely, for instance. That he'd learned about the tortured past of the detective he so admired. That his partner was gonna pull through. That he'd finally managed to talk to her father. That he'd put his life on the line to save Shibuya from danger. Raucous. Okay, thank you. Rumi would listen quietly to the very end, and then Kano thought he knew just what she'd say. Short and sweet. In that gentle voice of hers. Good job. Yay! The music! Let's go! We had to extend quite a bit, but I guess this is it. Is it gonna play the credits now? Maybe? But what happened to Osawa? Did he make it? I wanna know if Osawa made it. I really like the game though. Oh! There's subtitles. Let's go. I like the song. What a ride. I know, right? But what ending did we get? Is this the true ending? Because I know there's multiple endings, so I'm not sure which one we ended up with. Can't wait for the next karaoke stream, alright? Let's go. Is this the one that's on Hitomi's? Feels like there's only one ending? I'm not sure. I think there's more, but let's see. Oh my god, let's go. Everything else looks like bad endings. Yeah. Oh no! I think we got the normal ending. Fuck's sake! I think we got the normal ending. I'm looking at the game FAQs guide. The game FAQs guide has a normal ending, a Suzune ending, the true ending, the Keinan ending. And what I assume to be a meme ending, meme clean. What's this true ending? Let's see, what does it mean? Okay, it's the I don't want to have to pull this trigger if I don't have to. Okay. If I get my revenge, what would Frank think? And then Achi. Set aside my hatred. Oh shit! Yeah! I just have to make everyone set aside their hatred. I didn't do it for Teteno and Achi. Wait! Okay, I get it. Because if I do all of that, it'll give me a choice as Maria. If I'm gonna shoot. And I'm not supposed to shoot. So Osawa doesn't get hurt? Is that what's gonna happen? Hold up, I'm sorry, Aya Kamiki, can I skip this? No, I can't get out of the credits! Help! I need the true ending! I can't celebrate yet! Osawa got hurt, how can we celebrate? Osawa is dead, gotta let it go. No, we're stuck in the credits! The accident was minutes ago. No. I haven't gone through the stages of grief yet. We're still in denial. We're at the first stage. I see. The only one I actually got right of these is that I told Stanley to do the if I get my revenge, what would Frank think? No! Osawa we can get him to survive, I think! I see why this is the normal ending though. Oh bro, my head hurts a little. Man, I'm extending for this. I can't accept it. I can't accept it! We need the true ending. We're extending for this, even though my head hurts a little. I'm a little lightheaded. We can't. After everything we did, we're not going to just let it be like this. I shall starve today, death today, lads. Let's go. I'm also putting on my dinner for this. Let's go. It's like 8:30. Oh, what's this? It's a post-credits. Gordon and Alfred sat in the back seat of the car as the car sped along the highway. Here. Gordon tossed the handcuff key onto the seat beside him. What happened down at the scramble? Alfred asked, picking up the key and unlocking her cuffs. No! Leland Palmer was arrested by the Japanese police. And the bomb in the Itachi case was defused apparently. Still, Palmer shouldn't pose a problem once we get him into the CIA custody. I see. Much obliged. Really got yourself backed into a corner though, didn't you? Gordon said. Yeah, I was only able to accomplish half of what I intended. Half? Alfred produced a vial from her pocket. It was filled with red liquid. Is that Hitomi's blood? Gordon asked. Indeed. I managed to acquire the antiviral. But when? Gordon peered at her in bewilderment. When I blew up the minivan. In the dim light of the vehicle, Alfred's eyes shone darkly, like those of a wounded animal. Extracting the blood from Hitomi while she was unconscious had been a simple matter. Saving the girl's life had been more than just a means of ensuring her trust. Alfred had been looking for the right moment to carry out the extraction. Total secrecy was essential. if it became public knowledge that the drug existed, and that some of it would have been stolen, the value of the UA virus would plummet. Our primary objective here was to destroy the research facility. Still, getting our hands on the antiviral is better than nothing. Well done as always, Alfred. Gordon's hard expression softened, but Alfred's was in no mood to return to his smile. If Maria Osawa had remained inside the facility, her plan would have succeeded. Everything else up until that point had gone off without a hitch. One thing Alfred hadn't anticipated was Maria bringing the bomb outside. She injected Maria with a knockout drug at Endo Electronics. She should have been able to keep her from moving around for a while, even after she regained consciousness. In any case, she wouldn't have expected the girl to just march off into the midst of an armed standoff. She'd have been certain that Maria would never leave the lab. She misjudged how strong the girl's feelings for Kanan were. Maria's body had been put into a state of torpor. There were a bunch of people pointing guns at each other, and she'd still been undeterred. Alfred's plan had hinged on Maria's relationship with Kanan, and ironically, the same relationship made the plan fall apart. It was true that she had accomplished half of her goals, but Alfred still couldn't shake her sense of failure. She softly bit her lip as she gazed out through the car window. The bright windows of a few buildings shone out in the midst of the otherwise darkened city. A group of tiny lights that refused to be washed out by the darkness. Yeah, what the heck, man? Yeah, that's gotta be the normal ending. I can't believe this. Because Alfred's still free! Damn it. I have to keep going. Come on. Come on, let me back in the game. What is this? White bookmark. What the fuck is the white bookmark? Got the time loop again? Oh my god. What? What the fuck is happening? It's Suzune? Is it Suzune? You'll find a match soon. I want to be a strong person. Please be happy for me. Heartbeat of spring. Nani? Bonus content! Wait, that would... Wait, you mean there's a Suzune side story? Alright then, I see how it is. You know what we're gonna do? We're not gonna force ourselves... Pop quiz! We're not gonna force ourselves to do it right now. What I'm gonna do is... We're going to do the true ending next week and the Suzune thing next week. Okay? Well, that's too much. I thought I was just gonna reload for the true ending. It turns out I'm gonna reload for the true ending and there's a Suzune extra story. That's too much. We're doing that next week. We've extended too far. I can't extend anymore. But yeah, GG. Thanks guys for coming along and going around, finishing off the time block and hitting the normal ending. Stay tuned for next week. I guess we're gonna do the true ending next week with the bonus content. I don't know. I want to see... I can't wait for the Chi ending in DLC. I want to see the true ending. That's why, like, for sure. I was like, if it's just the true ending, I would have pushed for today. But since there's bonus content, let's just do it next week. Thank you very much for tuning into today's stream. See you guys on Thursday, I believe, for Shibuya Short Adventure. And then next week, we will finally get the true ending here and the bonus content. Thank you, bye-bye!